Alright, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是我第33天, right? Oh, and I did miss a little bit here. Is inflection of speech as important as it is in English, like going up? And yeah, that's functional. Is it as important as tones in Chinese? Yeah, we talked about that. Would tone come under pitch? Oh, that's a good question. I think tone comes under whatever is functional to a language. So, if to me, I think the word tone is often used to be in a colloquial sense as a generalization of any functional things. So, if the tone of Japanese, one of the things that are functional is pitch accent, then it's undertone. So in Japan, when you ask someone, they probably use the term intonation or pitch accent, largely because when I feel when people talk about tone, they're generalizing what is functional to them. So in English, watch your tone, right? In your English, it would include all the properties of stress accent. So the way you stress something, that would include volume, pitch, and length. So when you're talking about tone in English, most English speakers will probably think about those three properties. In Japanese, when you're saying tone, it's more affecting pitch accent because that's the most like nuance of tone. And then in Chinese, you're talking about tonality, the tonal part of it. And they're rarely more referring to the volume or the length, right? So I think that's, in my opinion, the conception of when someone says with the classification of tone colloquially. Tone is the functional part of the language that that is used. Now, the stuff that I was talking about at the end of HanziHero is more the artistry part, the expression part, and that can also be referred to as tone, which I don't think the average person, like colloquially, is referring to. Like, for example, um, the they would use other words, in my opinion, like the tenor of the quality, the nature of your voice, right? Which is not necessarily functional, but it's a feeling and stuff. And that can be another use for tone. But I think it's a very manageable separation. When tone is being used by someone who is trained and very expert at something, they're referring to the nuances that aren't necessarily functional. However, when it comes to tone as the functional word, they're referring to everything that's functional about the language. So in this case, pitch would be under tone for Japanese, and tonal marker stuff would be under Chinese, and tone would include volume, speed, and length, volume, length, and stress or pitch for English. So when you ask an English speaker, does tone like the tone of the English speaker, it would involve stress accent, right? And then in Japanese, it would involve pitch accent, and in Chinese, it would involve tonality, which coincidentally shares the same word in its root, which is tone. Anyways, does Chinese have an equivalent of filler words like apart with just how is spelled in these languages? Naga. For me, my Chinese filler word is la, na. Like it can be any, but generally uh la, la a lot of times. Actually, churn is Malaysian or Chinese, Malaysian Chinese, and they have a different one. La is probably the one that I would use. Like instead of yo, right? Yo at the end for a Japanese, I would use la. So actually, Malaysians also possibly use la too. Like 你说过你吃辣了 right? Instead of ma or something, ma would be like a question word, but you use the ma la, right? You add something at the end, la, uh, or something like maybe like closer to like soul deska or something, soul, like arai, arai. Oh, okay. I actually use okay in Fujianese because my parents adopted Fujianese. So okay in Fujianese. So okay, like okay, okay, 아봐요, 아봐요, 아봐요. Okay. So it's just okay, or lots of filler words that may have equivalents. My opinion. Chinese and Japanese have equivalent. Okay. I wonder if native Chinese or Japanese speakers have common trouble with equivalent words that sound very similar to English. They, in my opinion, they use them as equivalents. In my from my personal experience, they use them as equivalents. So, like for example, my parents say, "你busy ma," right? "你busy ma," basically, "你you are you busy?" That's it. That's all it says. "你busy ma." Not not if my parents say that, you can probably already understand that the root word is busy. So they're probably asking you if you're busy. So 你busy ma. I don't know how if a Chinese, like a strictly a Chinese speaker, incorporates others, but in my opinion, when you become multilingual, personally, I think there are other people who are very good at separating the language. For me, being raised in a multilingual environment, the words that are equivalent, they are interchangeable. Largely, when you're expressing something, if it sounds close enough, it still can be interpreted close enough. So, like, if there's a word that kind of sounds like a Japanese word, you kind of think of both of them at the same time. And it's whichever one is less resistant. So when I speak Fujianese or when I pronounce Mandarin words, sometimes they can sound Fujianese because they're close. Like Xiangying, Xiangying is both Japanese, both Fujianese and Chinese. But it might not sound like Mandarin. If someone who's only speaking Mandarin, it might sound like I'm saying it incorrectly, but they're close enough. So Xiangying, da, but da, I'm referring to T, so it could create confusion in terms of like the meaning, possibly, but the sound itself is going to be equivalent in terms of speaking. So, see you tomorrow. That is see you tomorrow. No, I'm just kidding. This is a fun joke that I say a lot of times. See you tomorrow sounds like we ran out of soy sauce in Fujianese. That's like a long story short situation. Back in the day, my parents used to run Chinese restaurants, and most of the staff are immigrants, right? So they would speak Fujianese for the most part, and they learned that Americans in English tend to say "see you tomorrow" if they're planning on coming back, but oftentimes that can sound like we ran out of soy sauce. And if you're running a restaurant, then they would think that the customer is asking for soy sauce because they ran out of soy sauce. So I wonder if native Chinese speakers have common. Okay, would pitch accent be equivalent for you to consider someone fluent in Japanese? That is a necessary part, apparently. To a lot of people, they like, to the hardcores, I suppose. In order to be fluent, you would also have command of pitch accent. Yeah, probably. Yeah, like English sarcasm can appear blunt and maybe disrespectful to Americans. If it's to English people, it's clear it's said in a jokingly way. Yeah. I'm guessing that consistency can make it easier to learn. Oh yeah, I think Japanese is an elegant language in which consistency really plays a strong part. English, embracing inconsistency is probably a thing that must be acquired, in my opinion. Like, there is consistency in English, but the expectation is knowing that you're going to be relying on the inconsistent nature of English. Like someone's going to inherently sound very different than another person, more consistently inconsistent than Japanese, in my opinion. Do your parents have to go? Okay, we got that. Yeah, I had a teacher. Okay, maybe these. Okay, you know, a few Gaelic words. Oh, I have no idea. Oh, your mom is Irish. I see. On Duolingo, the options are from 5 minutes to up to 20 minutes a day, that being the intense option, but that doesn't seem like much to do. Maybe it's more focused on what's doable. It's not much to do. Duolingo has a very, very low threshold. So the whole idea is you're supposed to be using Duolingo for years, like many years. So 20 minutes is for a person who's casually doing it, it's probably 3 lessons a day. And if it's 3 lessons a day, that would be approximately 6. So a week a unit, which is about equivalent to what Wanikani is doing, actually. A week a unit. But that's a week is a very long time to spread across that without further repetition. Yeah. Sushi desu means it's sushi, but I can only see 3 syllables in that. Sushi, oh, you mean like because it sounds like desu, like des sounds like one. Yeah, there that's a little idiosyncrasy about Japanese. Yeah. Sushi desu. I'm going through the first lesson of Japanese. Oh, okay. But anyways, yeah. We're gonna start. I have to go over my errors, my mistakes from yesterday. I made a lot of mistakes. Okay. Okay, so, and then, yeah, we'll include 2 days ago too. So we have crossbeam. Crossbeam. How do I screw this up? Oh, no need. Can I stick with no need? I did not write no need. I said no use. Like not useful. And then how did I do this one? Oh, Mao. Instead of meow, I wrote meow. Mao. Mao. Tarin. I guess it was other people. They didn't like others for this. Oh, no, wait. They didn't like other people. They wanted others for this. Duolingo said each character represents a syllable. And yeah, looks like 4 characters, but sushi desu is pronounced as sushi desu, which is 3. Well, it's sushi desu. So sushi desu. But the thing about su is it's shortened. Oftentimes it can be shortened in places. And that actually deals with a bit of accenting as well. So you can technically say sushi desu, but it often gets shortened into desu. That's more of a wanna. Or it's. Oh, it's is a good one. Actually, it's actually kind of relevant too. It's, as opposed to saying it is. So, desu, it is. Yes, it's. So, a lot of times, the accent that they decided to generate their synthetic voice on, does this thing that is very, I'm gonna say like the standard Kanto accent. For example, you're gonna encounter this a little bit later too, like maybe like ak san, right? It's gonna sound like one syllable, and these might actually sound like two syllables. So taksan. So it's taku sa taku sa but when you read it, it sounds like taksan. So it kind of sounds like two syllables, and this means a lot. I think it's gonna be one of the first adverbials that shows up, a lot of something. So you kind of get used to it, but there are 4 syllables here. So you're gonna see 4 characters. You're gonna see a ta, ku, sa, It's something you kind of get used to. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean though. There are U's get shortened a lot of times. And then anything with the which is the N, is gonna get, it's gonna kind of like blend in. However, for most, at least in my opinion, if you accent those things, it helps you remember them. It's kind of, oh, I have an English example. I do this all the time. Vegetables. I say vegetables in my head because vegetables, vegetables, like vegetables, right? Vegetables. If you say it a bunch of times, this is kind of like shortened quite a bit. So you might forget that there's an E there. Vegetables. Vegetables. Yeah, vegetables. Instead of vegetables. Or what is another one? I think there's a classic one that English learners use all the time. They have to say it. Oh, Wednesday. Wednesday, for example. Wednesday. Uh at least I heard from English learners that they have to emphasize the ness because there is a syllable here, but it's kind of lost. So it's Wednesday, like sun, sun, Wednesday. So it's like, is this 2 syllables or is this 3 syllable? I have no idea. Honestly, I really don't know. Does Wednesday have 2 syllables or 3 syllables? I don't know how to count syllables when it comes to English. You know? Like, well, let's ask Google. Does Wednesday have no. How many syllables does Wednesday have? Wednesday has 2 syllables. That's what it says. And guess what? One of the common questions is, does Wednesday have 2 or 3 syllables? Yes. Yeah. Sorry. All right. No, we're gonna refocus now. 一在 一在. How did I screw this up? Oh, repeatedly. I screwed up the definition, the translation. I screwed up bang. I screwed up the tone. 再见. No, 再相. Oh, I did it again. That's the error that I made. 再相 再相. I said 再见 again. By jerk reflex. 外来. 外来 was external. Messed up the translation. 早上. Oh, I don't want to talk about this. I like played myself with 早上 yesterday. They want it behind. Or I went with after. Oh. But I typed afterwards, which is unacceptable. This was clock. And the memory clue is 420. Right, which leads to this, which is now. Proto is trying to find out what time is it now. It's 420. Waka waka waka. 在家. I messed up 家. This was a typo though, so that's not a big deal. 一同 definition. 一同 together. And 能手 I messed up the definition. Expert. 能手 liang I messed up the tone. Liang. Wait. Yeah, it's 3, right? That's why I messed it up. Yeah. What does waka 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 mean? Oh, Muppets? Muppets? It's actually an English thing, but Muppets? What was his name? Fozzie? I think Fozzie was his name. Fozzie the bear. Waka waka waka. When he makes a joke. It's kind of like my version of Womp Womp for the Gen Alpha or Gen Z crew. I say waka waka waka. Or what was the other one? Chuckle, haha, haha, chuckle, hint hint, nudge nudge, chuckle chuckle. Yeah, hint hint, nudge nudge, chuckle chuckle. That's kind of like waka waka. Not to be confused with the waka waka from like Pac-Man, which that's a different waka waka. That's the Pac-Man noise, waka waka. But this is it's either Fuzzy or Fozzie. I forgot his. Is it Fozzie the bear? No, it's Fozzie the bear. Oh my gosh, it's oh. Fozzie the bear. Yes, English sucks. I'm kidding. So it's a Muppet. Not that type of Muppet. I just realized Procol is British. So no, not that type of Muppet. The Muppet shows. Whenever Fozzie makes a joke, it's kind of like a groaner. Like Fozzie the bear is like a oi, what you call me? Yeah. So Fuzzy the bear is a Muppet, and he makes jokes, and then he's like cringe jokes. He's like the I almost say Fuzzy the bear was the original Gen Alpha Joker. So he makes like cringe jokes, and they're not like really that funny. They're all fruitless. Like they're cringy. They don't make. They're like grown worthy, you know, like your dad joke stuff that's now kind of trendy. And he says waka 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 at the end of all of it. Like, hey, did you guys know what age range is Gen Alpha and Gen Z? Gen Alpha is now 13. They will be 13 this year. And then Gen Z, you add another 13. That's not exactly it, but for me, I typically think of age. So every 13 years, I typically use that plus or minus 5 years, right? Plus or minus 5, because you're thinking about 18 when they become adulthood. So it's like between this 13 and 18. So the Gen Alphas, Gen Alpha, whenever, in my opinion, whenever a new generation shows up, is when they're old enough to be part of like social media and stuff nowadays. At least in my opinion. That's functionally what I'm saying. I don't know how other people organize things, but the earliest point, in my opinion, is 13 years old. That's when a generation can interact, like legally speaking, with a larger society, right? So it's between 13 and 18 for Gen Alpha, and I think most of them, this is the earliest point now for Gen Alpha. I think most of them are 13 this year, in that range by coincidence. And then, you know, Gen Zs are in mid 20s, and I'm millennial, so I'm in my 30s. You add another 13, right? I'm 37. I'm going to be 38 this year, right? So I'm a millennial, right? And you add another 13, I think that's what's before the millennials, like boomers. Not boomers, sorry. Gen X or something. Gen Y? Gen X? I don't remember what the designation is. I think it's Gen X. Gen X. Because Y ended up being called millennials, and then they went back to Gen X. So X, Y, then Gen Z, and then they ran out of alphabet, so they're starting from the beginning again and called Gen Alpha. I think that's how they work. Don't quote me on that. It makes sense, but I don't know that's the reason. But yeah, Gen Zs are around their mid 20s now, and Gen Alpha is reaching adolescence. So most of them are adolescents now. Hence the new generation name, at least in my opinion. Functionally, a new generation is when the next generation reaches adulthood, or like adolescence and going into adulthood now. And then the current Gen Z, is in the middle of young adulthood, and then the adults are two generations back. So I'm the millennial period. So all of us are between, you know, most of us are older than 30 years old at this point. I wonder if a joke like "Why did a chicken cross the road to get to the other side" is considered really humorous by anyone. Do you consider 18 as being an adult? I use the phrase "young adult" most of the time. The For adults, nowadays, when I classify or try to categorize adult, I characterize by their behavioral pattern, like their statistical behavioral pattern. And obviously there's outliers, but in general cases, the way my millennial brain is normalizing, the current generation, when they reach adulthood, it's around mid 20s. Mid 20s is when they reach the intellectual maturity, average intellectual maturity of the millennials version of adulthood. In the millennial period, it was 18, it was like 21. Now it's shifted a little. It's like 25, 26, largely due to like societal changes. Now in the future, to a Gen Z looking at a Gen Alpha, they might disagree, right? Because their aspect of adult life is different. For me, the perception is that most millennials were reaching near adulthood by the mid 20s, and they were young adults by 18. So the moment you reach 18, you're a young adult. You have certain responsibilities, but not all of them. And by the time you reach 21, you're considered adulthood in the United States, I guess, for millennials, but not for what Gen Zs think and Gen Alphas think in statistics, like behavioral manner. Responsibilities are not invoked too much on Gen Zs now because there's a delay in like finances, right? There's so many things that are delaying certain responsibilities, in my opinion, that requires particular development of behavioral development before an adulthood is achieved, like living alone, starting a family, or like considering those, like deciding not to start a family, or deciding, like making these decisions. Are those still hallmarks? But those hallmarks have shifted. So age is no longer like adequate. I would say in the United States, and also it varies in cultures, right? In the United States, I think the average median age of making that decision about starting a family has shifted. When you're 18, you're starting to consider that already during my generation. And then by 21, there's a really strong decision making for that, right? And we also have to take into account the average longevity of people are extended. So then most of the things are elevated and like extended even further. There's more granularity that way. If people start to live longer, then the average relative perception of adulthood is going to change too, because people are living longer. So in this case, you could argue back then when longevity was very short, adulthood was like 13. It was 13 years old, right? When you become 13, especially a male, right? Because back in then, a lot of societies are patriarchal. Adulthood is like 13 years old, right? And we had to keep in mind, like, for a perspective check, in the United States, for example, the Constitution was made by a large majority of people who are under the age of 30, right? And nowadays, like the representatives, the large majority of people are over the age of 50 or 60 in the United States. So yeah, adulthood. I mean, I'm not a historian. I'm not a professional historian, but enough. I know enough juxtaposition to understand that I kind of adapt the definition of adulthood as a way to and Gen Alpha as a way to a little bit more dynamically, because putting them in a box is going to get you into trouble a lot of times. So whoever I'm talking to, if they belong to a similar generation and a cultural background that I'm aware of, I would use the terms that are most relatable to whatever they're using, or to the best of my ability. And in this case, when I'm saying Gen Alpha and Gen Z, it's probably around what you might consider Gen Alphas and Gen Zs. Yeah, I guess classifying is hard as there's not a set. Yeah, and okay, so like when your brain stops developing, which is around 25, I think. I think that's a pretty general, interesting, conventional wisdom. I wonder what age would be considered an adult by your definition. Using it on people, say, 100 years ago. Like, yeah, oh, and I answered that. Sorry. I was gonna say, like, it's probably like 13 or whenever the responsibility is, right? Because you have to take into consideration there are actions and stuff that don't happen until you live a certain long. You think the main purpose of categorization age-related terms like child and adult is for expectation of independency? I think so. I think that's a very reasonable purpose for the categorization of segregating between child and adult. It's the degree of dependency. So when you get to child, then you get to adolescence, then you get to young adult, and then adulthood. Then those, in my opinion, the reason why you stop at adult and then like not differentiate is I think some of the most consistent behavioral things, whether if science, brain development and all that, like, yeah, they're trying to disentangle that neurobiology and whatnot, but some of the most consistent studies, like consistent behavioral patterns, often deal with the early stages of humanity. The granularity of post-adulthood is wild. It's way too spurious. However, when it comes to like a child reaching adolescence, which adolescence then leads to young adulthood, at least in that scape, not even close to adulthood, it's very reproducible. Whether we understand the intricacies of like brain chemistry, physiology and stuff, it's very reproducible. It's largely why it's one of the consequences of why a lot of like learning methods, like language learning and stuff, is still derived from the understanding of how children learn as they age, as opposed to trying to find the crazy mess that is a post-adulthood learning. So the sky's the limit when it comes to teaching language, for example, a second language to a post-adulthood, like past the window of 18 years old, right? All of this stuff, these ages might sound like coincidence, but it's more backed by repeated observations. So why 18? Why 21? And then why did like government like policies and stuff derive around 21 and 18? It does have it captures the most consistent developmental process and consistency. And this is from a novice psychologist. Like I only had, what I mean like that is I'm not a psychologist, I'm a psychology interest person, and I have some educational background in psychology. One of the hallmarks are this, and it tends to stay the test of time with a little bit of wiggle room for environmental stuff. So I've been stretching adulthood a little bit further down because you can actually delay some of these behavioral things. A lot of the main purpose of categorizing age is related to the skills that would come up inevitable skills. And once post-adulthood is achieved, the sky's the limit. Like the end, once post-adulthood, there's so many actions and choices that are so spurious. It's hard to categorize right now. I'm sure maybe another 100 to 200 years with hyper optimization and all that stuff, that there's a pattern, machine aided learning that seeks to patternize post adulthood. But I typically focus on the young adult phase. So the transition, the final phase, quote unquote, transitioning between, okay, now you're adult, I can't possibly consistently be able to address adult problems. However, young adults have this transition that needs to happen, and oftentimes it deals with sustainability, habit formation, and intellectual exploration, right? And then like self-love, consistency, like mood, sleep, and whatnot. So those things, in my opinion, are what establishes adulthood to me personally. And that's actually kind of what is my favorite part of psychology. So when you're asking what's my favorite part of psychology, it's this: the application of using psychology in a way that helps you raise awareness of all the different components or properties of your behavior, sufficient enough to spend a lifetime of exploring and managing behavior and whatnot. And this is more like applied or behavioral psychology, which is kind of a smaller subset of overall psychology. There are other parts of psychology that I don't really focus on. So behavioral psychology is probably neural, bio, behavioral psychology related things. How like does a person develop habit formation, right? Like how do you reinforce habits? How do you carb addiction? How do you moderate and use functional contrast in order to elevate, encourage, or discourage someone's behavior? And how to self-administer that, or how to self-apply that? How can you get someone to encourage themselves to reach a goal that is so far off, right? And it comes at an intersection of philosophy and understanding, tangential understanding of sociology and anthropology, right? Like you have to kind of also need that information from those things, and maybe some population statistics, which are two separate fields. Sometimes statistics are separated into human statistics, like psychology statistics, and then theoretical statistics, like things like physics and other fields that require a lot more, less interpretation, but a lot more nuance in like calculations. Anyways, I took like a course on psychological statistics, so the permutations of mathematical theories that are used to apply for an application of behavioral psychology. So how to analyze correlation in the sense of, in this context of human behavior, as opposed to focusing on like How do you parse the data of radio frequencies from a 5G tower or something like that? Something that deals with more mechanical and natural science. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I know a little bit of a lot of things, but I wouldn't consider myself ever anything beyond an enthusiast at this point. So whatever I'm saying, those are my arbitrary classifications, and they are not by any means a replacement or any substitute for professional advice in any way. I like talking about these things because it keeps me healthy. This is probably one of the few things that I religiously, for lack of a better word, religiously practice it as a way to keep myself intellectually healthy and youthful. I do not see myself as an old man that tells people this is the way it is, deal with it. I'm more like, I can't skateboard right now, but can you show me how you skateboard? Because I want to spend some of my time understanding why skateboard is so relevant to kids nowadays, right? I'm inevitably very, very curious about the developing adult. It is both elegantly consistent at times and also room for potential refinement in the future. So when I was talking about TikTok, I constantly talk about TikTok, doom scrolling, like the balance between like youth, health, and whatnot. I'm about to be a middle-aged man. And usually the adulthood process, one of the few post-adulthood milestones is having a family and like, biological milestones. And I don't have a family. So oftentimes one of the more consistent post-adulthood expectations after acquiring independence is having someone dependent on you, right? Your independence lead to the decision of picking up dependency. It's another stage in adulthood, and I don't have that. So naturally, in order to, maybe it's a self-fulfilling prophecy or something like that, but I find that I am very concerned and I like to dedicate most of my energy to posterity. So I'm very hyper focused about young adults, anyone younger than 25 really at this point, who is like what is causing them to do certain things, why do they think of certain things, and using that experience to make sure by the time they get to my age, they'll invest forward in next generation and then the next generation. I think that people like me are in the minority. However, it only takes a small minority to keep the spark and empathy and compassion alive in order to generate a resurgence of interest in a point that preserves the principles of one of the classical experiences, right? We want to make sure our future generations have better things, not at the expense of our own, not even arguably at the expense of the luxuries of the existing generation. So I'm more than happy to bend over backwards to make sure a kiddo would become the next leader in something, as opposed to become the next martyr of a system that chose not to adapt to the future generation. Kind of another stage near the end that is very consistent is closure, right? Closure after successful legacy building. So like when you become a grandfather, your legacy is already set. You've raised a family, you have immediate children that have children, you found closure in your legacy building, and now you get to relax and watch you pass the reins and you are happy, right? That's kind of like closure and legacy building is kind of near the end. I'm not sure how much of these hold up anymore, but my interest in psychology really was boosted by a very impressionable adjunct professor back in undergrad. I did not pursue psychology after that. There was very few room to pursue psychology when you're going to focus on a thesis on different roles. I pursued psychology, a bit of philosophy, logical systems, and creative writing, largely because I found that it can be very efficacious to teaching and explaining difficult topics to, to kids, to students. I wanted to be a college professor, but the downside is I wasn't ready, and I don't think I will ever be ready for the funding and the popularism side of the business side of the system that was there. So I was incompatible. So I didn't end up pursuing that career choice. Maybe if the world changed a wee little bit, right? The science that I grew up on visualizing was no longer the science when I finally became that. And that's how life works out, right? Life works out that way. I'm ever grateful to everyone that offered me the opportunity. But generally speaking, I could not keep up with things that I'm already terrible at now. Like, if you're wondering why I'm not like trying to raise my viewer base or my like invest in advertisements or reinvest large quantities, swaths of money to compete with trends and whatnot and play by the rules of the internet and whatnot, it's because I suck at it. Or, and it's not because I suck at it because I want to suck at it. Well, sort of. I'm indifferent to it, so I don't want to practice skills that. These are kind of some of the few skills that I'm not actively practicing, even though I'm aware that I should practice them. For example, selling yourself, and not in a form of like an immoral stance or something, more of a pragmatic stance, right? How do you get more popular? You do popular things. There's quite a lot of logic and elegance to um, statistically behaving like a in psychology. The nice thing about having basic understanding of psychology or some foundation of behavioral psychology is that if there's any time where behavioral psychology is applicable nowadays is on the internet. The internet has been so optimized that even business practice and dopamine approaches are consistently iterated on. Back in the day, when you had to figure out what entertained a person, it was far less homogenous and unified. And it still is heterogeneous for adults like millennials. Anyone who's a lot of people, the substantial number of people who are 40 or older or are close to the age of 40, they are hard to please because it's spurious. Business do not target older people. Adulthood is far more complex in its expectations and irregularities and preferences, right? But children nowadays, who are now also young adults, are far more built and enriched unintentionally, but for like business sake and all the things, they are far more conditioned to behave unified and consistent and predictable, right? Now that they're 25, like from a young age to now they're 25, due to the hyper optimization of objectifying the internet, those kids are far more consistent in their behavior, their temporary deficiencies, their aging, their like behaviors and responses and interactions with each other, their extent of interpersonal communications, it's becoming more predictable. And that is both scary and useful at the same time. In some way, it can inform, say, someone like me to find ways to balance that. It's much more identifiable. It's so exaggerated by the internet now. You can fine point and put a mark on the characteristics that create at-risk children and at-risk young adults versus healthy adults, right? Healthy young children and young adults, right? So that it's easier to target them, but it's also can be both neglected. It's easy to unintentionally neglect and abuse an obvious target, which with aggressive, direct, strikingly executed business strategies, but it also makes it a little bit clearer the consequences to someone who's interested in trying to elevate and encourage maturity and counteract those effects as well, right? It's both a double-edged thing. I think young adults nowadays behave incredibly consistent versus like when I was in undergrad and I have an incoming class. I'm not usually the professor, I'm the teaching assistant, but the way they come to office hours and we talk, there is some uniformity, largely because it's a classroom setting. They have expectations and stuff. But ultimately, when you talk to them and look at their strategy and stuff, it's very varied, even in a formal schooling. Nowadays, though, formal schooling is not even the basis anymore. And what is? It's the internet. So the way the internet is disseminating information is far more consistent than even like an entire country's schooling efforts nowadays. Like, I mean, Japan has some pretty solid, consistent school systems. So does China. But how people consume information online in a specific age setting is far more consistent than even in school. And oftentimes formal school is trying to balance those. They're trying to increase variability for intellectual exploration while at the same time creating a foundation of learning and problem solving. The internet's not doing that, in my opinion. It's so formal and so consistent because they're simplifying it even further. How do you get information? Find someone else that did it before. Is there enough information on the internet to take you from a young adult all the way to the end of your life cycle on the internet? I would argue maybe, because, you know, 60-year-olds and 70-year-olds and stuff, they talk about stuff too and they share their stuff, but I don't think it's enough, right? And even then, that would also mean a whole generation will be raised without understanding how to solve problems themselves and how to resolve conflicts of interest, how to interact with other human beings, right? Is that necessary for adulthood and independence? If you ask me, I've grown up in a place where I identify adulthood as the expectation for independence. So if you can't solve problems on your own, you can't talk to a human being and resolve conflicts of interest, that's not independence. You are dependent on the internet, and you are dependent on that everyone else you ever interact with also interacts with the same body of information and also interpret it the same way. And I would say, for the most part, that's probably true. It's probably true now. And soon, at some point, when me and everyone my age, you know, pass away from old age, what is to say that there's going to be further generations that no longer have that capacity to problem solve, troubleshoot, formulate and integrate your own opinions on interpretive data. Like, I don't know. That's an interesting future that I could imagine. At the same time, at the moment, there are people who are older than me by one generation. Gen X still exists. And also, I guess it's a silent generation. I forgot what the generation before, the silent one. They didn't use another name. It was like XYZ. And then before that was like, boomers are even before, even earlier. I think it's the silent generation. Oh no, wait, the silent generation is before the boomer because that was the war thing. No, I think it might have been boomer before. I don't remember the classifications. It's too far back. But the other generation before that, they still exist. So the idea is, as a collective, do you choose to impart the skills that was once characterizing adulthood for the future generation, like preserving those skills, or you just let free reign and you no longer have to acquire information and whatnot, and you automate all of these things? Obviously, understanding where my history is and where my generation in the United States are, I think there is merit and value to being able to solve problems when otherwise there is no information about it, right? And that is biased because I like science. I pursued science. The whole point, one of the biggest achievements you have to do for a PhD is to solve and tackle a question, or attempt to tackle a question that no one has the information for. You can collect the information and try to present a cogent argument. That is not the standard. It actually represents 2% of the population, the world's population, if not less than 2% of the world's population to reach this point. And students and younger people will have a graded, limited experience of this. But thanks to the internet, now I meet like 25-year-olds who their first response is go find someone that already did it. Instead of saying, well, if you don't know it, what is your educated guess? Like, can you integrate your existing knowledge into creating a educated guess? Well, oftentimes any Gen Z would say, why do you need to guess when you know the right answer? And the right answer is someone has already done it. It's like, well, when someone has already done it, it's not actually the right answer. It's a representative sample of a potential outcome, right? You have to take in population statistics. That stuff doesn't really come to mind very often. Like, and then you're like saying, okay, well, you can go to aggregate score things that calculate thousands of people's reviews. That's selection bias. There's selection bias in there. So how does selection bias fit into all of this? When people post reviews, it's a voluntary basis. And do we understand the context of the internet when providing reviews? They are polar right now. So they are very vastly bimodal, not a normal distribution. So there is very strong evidence for selective bias for aggregate scores. And yet you'd be hard pressed to have a young adult who understands the constraints and perspectives on interpreting the fidelity of the data even before interpreting. They go straight to the interpretation. And even more so, they would take the interpretation of other people's interpretation. So if you have 4 or 5 influencers that you follow, and they present you with a cogent narrative, that's an interpretation of data and their experiences. You take that and you form a new interpretation of those 5. That is even further from analyzing data. So nowadays, I think the last time I would say, maybe conservatively, I think less than 20, maybe less than 20% of young adults right now, which so 25 or younger, hasn't ever analyzed primary data sets and or formulated and interpreted data on their own independently, or made a advised decision that wasn't an interpretation of a database. Like someone else doing the interpretation, and then they are interpreting that interpretation. And that's not bad or good. It's very efficient, right? So nowadays, I can't even tell where the interpretation came from. When someone tells me, "Oh yeah, Duolingo is like," we'll bring it back to language learning. Like, "Oh yeah, HanziHero doesn't work." I'm like, "Okay, how do you know?" And they're like, "Well, I tried it for 3 months and I don't remember a lot of things." How do you measure that you don't know a lot of things? Like there's so much with providing interpretation and a conclusion with no elements of methodology, introduction. So the first task you do a lot of times when you're talking about a conclusion and a deduction is to know the concept and establish that you understand the concept and everything around it, the competition, all the existing methods and whatnot. Maybe some semblance of a context, but that's just skipped over. And then the next part is methodology. And that's skipped over too. And then oftentimes is looking at the results. And hear me out, there's still one more step. When you look at the results, then you make an interpretation, a conclusion about the results. So the person who says this doesn't work because I don't remember a lot of things, that's an interpretation of an interpretation. There is no explainer as to what actually did you measure at all. And that encompasses 90% of those people who think they're well informed, incredibly knowledgeable, but lack so much practice in the wisdom of problem solving. And that's optional. You don't have to do that anymore, right? You don't need to do that anymore. And that's a very sobering thing about the current generation, the current mid-generation, the young adults, the working, the most youthful group. I'm no longer part of the most youthful group. I'm turning 38 in less than a month from now, and I'm going to be a middle-aged man, right? And I'm no longer like the prime like biological group anymore. So the ones that are at their peak are the ones I'm talking about, but they cannot, like most of them, in my opinion, for better or for worse, the internet has optimized them and placed a cap on their potential. There's a far less potential for emergent properties, as in they take one, they learn these things, and it suddenly creates something beyond the things that they did. So creativity has an all-time low, in my opinion, or not all-time low, but it's depreciating between the millennial generation to Gen Z. It's depreciating. The motivation to do that and the incentive to do that is also dipping. So it's convergent on that. It's corollary. There's no incentive to be more creative. You don't need to solve problems if most of the foreseeable problems seem like they're already solved, right? Your key to happiness seems like it's already solved on the internet. What does happiness look like? Buying a Lamborghini to make a video about it and then earning $1 million and then buying another Lamborghini. It seems like whatever there is on the internet is sufficient to answer all the questions. There's no joy, there's no curiosity in learning things that are unexpected anymore. Like unexpected problems, to me, is a challenge worth undertaking. or doing something without the expectation of knowing what's going to happen at the end allows for emergent and creative problem solving. It might not lead to the best method, but it is your method. These engagements no longer exist in older adults at the moment. Like from 25 and older, as they're transitioning, there is a lack of desire in a lot of a growing body. I would say even more than 50% are no longer interested in creating and solving new problems. They are perfectly comfortable in doing all the things that they've established in the first 25 years of their life because, in my opinion, technology tells them that's all they need, right? If you love playing League of Legends when you were 13, you can play League of Legends until you die. You can play all the way until your old age. It's fine. It's gonna be here. Like, that technology has made it so that you don't need to change much after 25. And what I can tell you is then, technically, by adult standards, the generation believes they are independent by the time they are like 14 or 15, because technology has already told them that's all they need to learn to be successful in life, whatever you see on the internet. So it's confined by that person's interest. What do you need to do as a job? The thing you fell in love with at the age of 13. Do you like Minecraft at 13? Okay, well, you're just going to use Minecraft until you're 70. You're never going to change your mind ever again, because the technology reinforced that Minecraft is everything. Roblox is everything. So, is that true? I don't personally believe that's true. Maybe technology can truly compensate for that. For myself, that involves eating, sleeping. Maybe technology will remove that too. You have something that feeds you. Make sure you go to bed. I don't know. But it is crazy how dependent younger people are. And that worries me all the time. And I like the idea of raising a child of my own. The idea, though, that my hypothetical child may instantly, almost incredibly get hyper-focused onto something, and they would not desire anything else because the internet convinced them so, is wild. I think the one that I would highlight are, there are certain specific web programs online that are so efficient at this that the child stops developing speech. Like, let's bring it back to like language learning. There are programs that are so effective at taking a child's attention that during the age of 4 through 7, the children stop developing speech. Like, it's crazy. Now, the silver lining is there's a stop to that, and also those children can immediately develop speech when weaned off of the content. So it's not permanent. But man, I thought about this old psychology thing. It was a case study. It's a very unfortunate setting, but the case of Genie in psychology, where this child was kept, this is neglect and abuse, but it's a case study on how it affects. Genie was trapped and locked in the basement for like her adolescent phase, like most of her life. And then eventually people arrest the negligent parent and try to rehabilitate Genie's ability. She had permanent inability to like catch up with speech development anymore, right? Because we're talking about language learning. You often see like, how do we know that there's a prime window, like a very strong window for speech development and language comprehension in children, in adults, like soon to be adults, right? And it's usually confined to a specific age, like 18 and younger. The younger the better, like much younger. It is these unfortunate case studies, but it revealed, like, it's unfortunate that this happened, but it did reveal a lot of things early on about speech development. And now we have something that is not illegal, right? It's not illegal. It's not unethical yet. Not illegal and not unethical yet. It's not concerning. And it's like that. Like, you have statistically, this is a published study, by the way. It's a published study that's ongoing on how that program legitimately cause stunting in speech development because they're no longer dependent on that speech development. The program did not use any like complex speech development or any like increased stimulation for wanting to develop speech. And so the kids, a lot of those kids have delayed understanding and delayed things. How long will it be until it's permanent? That kind of sucks. I honestly, I don't want to find out because of a worst case scenario, but it's public knowledge now. You've heard, choosing like a bit off topic but related. Assuming reconstructing the information is possible, black holes are the most efficient way for information. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know too much about astrophysics to comment on black holes. Black holes are black holes. The black part of holes is that they're a black box of mystery, right? Kind of like a little bit of the brain still. The brain is still somewhat of a black box when it comes to the field of biology. Yeah, choosing sample methods are tricky too, which is best for whatever situation. Yeah. I've heard that the idea that people doing a study should be at least interested in the topic of study to lower biases. That's an interesting thought. We won't really talk about that. It's getting, yeah, we're gonna. Did your parents place a lot of value on good habits for physical health? No. Other than eating. Like, eating well, I guess. Eating well is a good physical health, but not like, okay. Actually, yes. The answer is yes. A good value on good habits for physical health, for maintenance of health. So I don't want to give the impression that it's different for performance. Like I'm not going to be running really well, or like even the median running stuff. It's at the sacrifice of other things, like intellectual things. Because you look good for your age, but obviously genetic plays a part. Yeah, I didn't run or do anything. Those were all of my own choice. But most of the time, when it comes to good physical health, you can also think about mental health. It is, without a doubt, a very well-known thing that the work ethic and the intellectual demand of Asian cultures are far more beyond the limits of physical health, right? Like, it's very difficult to deny that many Eastern cultures that include Japan, Korea, and China, that when you say practice good health, good habits for physical health, mental is a physical health property in my opinion, and that does not check out for there. So it's kind of a yes or no. You still have like eating well, making sure you sort of make sure you rest, but like rest hygiene is terrible in my opinion, like arguably relatively questionable. And then mental health and stuff is not good habits. There's actually a complete lack of production of that, largely because nowadays it was sufficient if you think about it from my parents' generation perspective. Now if you think about it from my perspective, my generation, it has pushed it beyond a problem. So back in the day, yeah, sure, those practices might be sufficient because mental health wasn't pushed to a limit that would impact the physical health. Nowadays, it does. The demands of the Eastern culture, especially Japan's work ethic, for example, has pushed beyond that. It's not offset by like youth and whatnot. So different periods, different problems, I suppose. So yes and no, right? I wonder if trauma can lead to early maturity and independence. That's a dangerous, that's a coin flip. Trauma can increase dependency because of a lack of maturity. So it's kind of like you're kind of playing with fire there, right? And yeah, it's quite scary. Have you heard of the terpenes? No, I have not. What are the terpenes? Like a people? Oh, wait, yes. Yes, I have. Like the family, the vlogging family. Vlogger families are, yeah, that's another big mixed bag. We won't really talk about that. That's kind of a controversial topic. But yes, I am aware. Did the programmers get into any legal problems for that? They did. They did. Let me see. I mean, you can probably look it up on your like. This is not like I'm not saying you can look it up like as a deflection, but more like this is something if you're interested. It deals with the Coco Melon programming. So if you're not sure about Coco Melon, is it's pretty documented nowadays. So Coco Melon. So that's the program. So if you're interested and form your own thoughts and whatnot and look into it, that's the case of Coco Melon, which I was interested in because I was curious how I saw Blue's Clues the other day, or like the other day as in a month ago, and I was thinking about like language, like Dora the Explorer and whatnot back in the day when these things were not hyper optimized. Like I watched The Muppet Show, for example. I was referring to The Muppet Show today, right? Those things are actually they're like spin-offs of Sesame Street and stuff. Yeah. They weren't a vlogging family. They were a family where the parents essentially kept their channel. Oh, okay. But she, oh, I see. Oh, okay. They weren't a vlogging family. I see. I suppose. I mean, like, I'm not familiar. They're not the, like the family vlogging potential. Just so you know, though, that's already happening with influencer life with vlogging families. You can also get into a deep rabbit hole about that as well. Yeah. Lots of them. There's quite a lot of them actually. So any one of them can present a case study for that stuff. All right, all right. Now I'm gonna do my. We're gonna go to my lesson. I do not believe today is gonna be an early day. So yeah, lots of concerns, right? Lots of concerns. I saw that some of the video game like father figures that I watch quite a bit, they make excellent, they talk about things in different contexts, but it also filters down to what I'm saying. I mean, I'm about their age, they're slightly older than me, but they have children, right? Both of them have children, and they are people who stream video games and play video games. So they are part of the system and partake, and they answer these questions in a very more down to earth manner. I might sound a little bit more analytical and a little bit detached because I am not a father, right? I don't have children of my own, but there are some more emotional takes that reflect what I'm saying. Like oftentimes these streamers are asked about gacha games, and younger people would ask them like, what's your beef with gacha games? And then their first concern is like, okay, listen, if you become an adult, right, if you're 18 plus they say 18 plus. I would go further and say like 23 plus, because this person happens to be American. Actually, both of them happen to be American, and the legal age of like financial independence or financial dependency is kind of around like 23 to 25. I think it's 23. It's one of those dates, one of those years. So they can still be financially dependent. Until then, right, they say, okay, so the problem about gacha games is the targeting of youth, not necessarily the gacha game itself. Like, the idea of gacha and gambling can be used as a form of entertainment and all that stuff, but the consideration, the context of that is when it's targeting a susceptible group that is not haven't had the foundations of making such decisions yet. And it's not like they can develop those decision makings when the first exposure to this decision making is so hyper optimized to predatorily lock them in. You no longer have experience inducing decision making. It's kind of like I'm gonna use a very maybe a slightly really serious take. It's like using an opioid for the first time as your basis for demonstrating the consequences of using it, right? And that is a ham over fist listed. What is another one? TikTok. Once you start, it takes a hold very quickly. So there's no like level of moderation or anything, right? There's no pushback. And yes, you can say it's not good for business, right? And they didn't intentionally made it so. They're just the thing works really well, right? So the question is, are they responsible for also making sure it doesn't target at risk things? Children do not gain the wisdom transferably. They acquire it. Wisdom is acquired through interacting with information about themselves. So like they gain information, and then they use experiences to be able to gauge how that information is being used for themselves. If you target them before they can even develop that wisdom, then the wisdom is dictated by the product and not the other way around anymore. So how often do I hear a 21-year-old say, well, why can't I just like do a regular job just enough so I can constantly play the game that I wanted to play since I was 16 years old? Like, well, I would love to hope that when you turn 24, you understand, at least in my opinion, that you have more choices than working a simple job, wanting only this. There's so much more life has to offer than that, right? And you might be thinking, maybe if some of you who believe me, I can be kind of persuasive sometimes, but usually I'm not that good. I don't like pushing other people's children or other people in general, like the same way I'm not TikTok to like push certain things. But I would say it'd be difficult for me to not refrain from suggesting to the person, like, I hope your life involves more than revolving everything around the first thing you liked. The internet would tell you that's all you need, or it'll make a strong case for that's all you need by pure exposure. Just pure seeing it over and over again is probably sufficient enough to convince you the rest of your life can be happy with that. Meanwhile, there are certain biological needs that come up, and immediately they had to choose between tackling the biological need and that one thing that you're convinced. So what happens then? That's usually when I end up talking to those by happenstance. What does that lead to? Depression, loneliness, lack of support system, lack of interpersonal communication. Very brilliant people though. very brilliant kids, maybe like very fluent in Japanese, for example, very fluent in Chinese, they're English speakers. That's cool. But then the way they talk to me sounds like they won't ever make a friend through that. Like, I'm being genuinely very, very conservative. They are incredibly intelligent, but the way people talk nowadays, like kids talk nowadays, are very void of emotional intelligence. It's almost as though if you're really good at something, it compensates, or it's supposed to compensate for any other realm of skill building. And that involves a skill that I would consider is part of adulthood. Adulthood requires that you have emotional intelligence, compassion, so that you can develop relationships with another person to reach the next stage of adulthood, which is a biological need for a lot of people: companionship, significant other, right? And that is so hard to watch. I actually witnessed this happen. Someone who is brilliant, but they chose to elevate their thing that they're interested in, that the internet keeps reinforcing, at the exchange of a potential to be great friends and close friends, if not develop a strong relationship with another person, right? That was secondary, largely because it's very hard. That's understandable. They haven't ever done it till now, right? They were isolated as a child. They didn't make a lot of friends. They don't even talk about their friends or their family or their siblings whenever I talk to them. That's crazy, in my opinion. That's so scary. That's so concerning. And the only people that they really actually talk to very often are individuals who deliberately take interest in them. So it could be someone online, like myself. Like, I'm deliberately interested, not for a reason about personality or something. I'm genuinely interested in how they're behaving and whatnot. So it might seem like I could substitute for some of their missing socialization skills, but that's not true. There's no way a stranger, in my opinion, is able to substitute for someone who is your family, your siblings, and your closest friends that you grew up with, right? That is very, very difficult to play catch up for that. But I would do it. I would totally still try, right? But usually it's in a effort to try to get them to interact with all their immediate people. They're like, okay, your father doesn't like to connect with you, but is your father present, right? Have you tried to connect with them? And usually the obvious answer is excuses. The responses typically are excuses, like, oh, we don't have anything in common. It's like, well, you can decide to find something in common. Like, I understand that you can also argue that it's the parents' position too, and they are partially responsible, but it's not like I'm going to I don't have the authority to do that, and I'm not a trained professional. So my best way to encourage young adults to develop interpersonal skills in order to become adults is to encourage them, like, hey, maybe this is a good idea to share with your friends and your family, right? Because I am a stranger online. The last thing you want on a internet induced coma that these kids have is to trust again another person online, right? So that's kind of my thought on a lot of things. And then no more digressions. Do you think the parents or government should be the main ones to have the responsibility for looking out for the risk of exposing children, that kind of thing? Oh, I guess I kind of sort of touch upon that. Everyone, all of the above. I think disproportionately making it a competition is not. Personally, I would take anything. Like, parents should try, governments should try, the children themselves should try, like anything. I think making a competition out of things is something the internet has hard coded into our current perspective. Like, it's a collective effort. If a parent is willing, awesome. If a government is willing, awesome. If children are willing, is awesome. Attack it at many ends, attack it at many directions as possible. Because at this point, I don't even think of choosing what's the best way and deliberating about it is going to instigate and feed on that behavior, right? That creates a diffusion of responsibility. That's also a psychological principle, the diffusion of responsibility. If people are going around saying the main job of someone or something, then you yourself are no longer responsible for that. Like, for example, I would even argue parents, governments, friends of the parents, extended families, influencers, other parents, other children, like there are lots of other people who can also collectively be involved in this. It's the collective future of the the togetherness. So that lack of togetherness highlights the turbulence that's happening on the internet. It's a competition. Who's more at fault? Who has the better idea? Who's right and wrong? As opposed to, us versus them. Like, I think the internet has made it pretty clear that being divisive and pulling apart is overall not necessarily leading to a direction move. It's more canceling, right? I want to do this, but I want to cancel you, right? I want to do this, I want to cancel you. It's stagnating, in my opinion. It's like a stalemate, right? It's more producing a stalemate than encouraging collective process. At least a different perspective. I'm offering a different perspective. From chatting with you, it seems you found a good balance between not being pushy on recommendations while also showing the good as far as you've heard reasons for your recommendation. I hope so. Not that I don't want to do this professionally. I think it's scary. It's way too scary for me. I want to be able to at least indirectly affect those who have power to do something. And I know I sound like a hypocrite now because I'm kind of diffusing my responsibility of skills that I am not qualified to do. Right? I'm not qualified to execute policies. I'm not qualified to wield influence that can command and influence millions of youth. Those are not within my limits. So hopefully there are people out there, and I do know and believe in those people. They do exist. And it's really assuring that they do exist. It's funny you keep asking something related to what you're saying and you end up answering before you read. Yeah, I get a little carried away. It's unfortunate government involvement has become so political. This makes it harder to push towards that seem like the best, like a collective effort for the society. Yeah. Yeah, so no one main obligation. I like the idea that there's an obligation in all of us, right? A collective. There's an obligation in all of us to come up with a compromise that ensures the prosperity and the prosperity of future generations. Yeah, that sounds elegant, ideal, and naive, by the way. So I'm totally understanding if that sounds so unrealistic and it sounds like some sort of like motivational speech because it is. The sobering thought is, no, this is probably not going to happen overnight, and it's probably going to look a lot messier than what I'm saying. Like, it's not as simple as unifying everyone's collective mindsets. That won't necessarily negotiate the complexities of politics, right? However, it's something to strive for, I suppose. Okay. Real talk. We gotta do these lessons.
星星
I know it's still us versus them, but on a larger scale, but disagreements between countries seem to unify a country a lot. It's true. In like in a microcosm way, right? If you can unify a country based on a larger asset, you could kind of see the silver linings, right? The silver linings. You can see that artificial unification. A crisis can unify a world. A crisis can unify a species. And even through all the dissidence and, discontent, COVID is an example, a very topic example, right? Even through all the discontent, people were moved to action, right? So maybe eventually leading to a man going to the moon. Yeah, the Cold War. Oh no. Okay. That's a good example. So yeah, I actually think when there is a shortage, like I hope there's not too much collateral, right? I really hope there's not too much collateral. But it's going to be very sobering when another generation of kids become of age. So that's in 5 years' time. I don't actually think it's going to take more than 5 years' time. When Gen Alpha, the vast majority of Gen Alpha becomes 18 years old, and between 18 and 25, but that's 5 years away, or on average 5 years away, I think it will become very obvious, like so obvious to a point that there might be some intellectual crises involved. And I believe in humans, right? Humanity has a way of saying, yeah, we're not ready to self-implode yet, so let's get on the right. It's already starting. I think it's happening now. I could talk about this in a podcast. I would love to talk to someone who's actually involved in like professionally. I would love to hear their approach or like what they would suggest. I only watch a lot of things vicariously, so it's like a parasocial thing. I hear the talks and meanderings of like psychologists and whatnot, and I'm no more informed, like knowledgeable about this topic through the interpretation of other experts. And I have very particular hypotheticals that I would love to engage with someone who has the collective knowledge or privileged knowledge, and they are able to professionally disclose some of that data, right? What's available on the internet doesn't necessarily represent all the privileged knowledge and experience that experts have. What's not published is unfathomably deep. You can't account for what knowledge. Like, there's this misconception, in my opinion, that whatever's on like the internet has all information, right? If the internet's information is all there and whatnot. It's like, I personally think, while certainly the internet has more volume in information, the pivotal information, the ones that are privileged, there's a very rational reason, probably by those who have that privileged information, to disclose or not. Have you always put a fair amount of effort into expanding your vocabulary? If so, it definitely shows. That's a particularly interesting observation. Perhaps, mayhaps. Quantity versus quality. Hear me out, protocol. I usually deliberately limit my vocabulary when I'm streaming, only when we're talking about these things. So maybe perhaps the type of topic that we talk about all the time, like between Gecko and you, prompt me to use particular vocabulary. But they technically have been there for quite some time now. Most of the time, though, I restrict my vocabulary to like high school level. I've said that a couple of times. Whenever I'm playing video game or learning like Japanese and Chinese, usually it's restricted to high school level, right? However, lately, since I've been bumping into lots of people who have more alternative interests, like they're intellectuals, right? I tend to do a code swap for my use of maybe a bit more exuberant and esoteric terminology in order to feel more at home in delineating like different aspects or the nuances of complex topics. Having a vast vocabulary is very useful for being accurate when expressing ideas. I agree. It removes saying, well, like this, kind of like this, kind of like big but not small, like subtle but not like subtle, like like you know, and that kind of thing. It removes the need for doing that. So I feel there's a time and place for such appropriate use of vocabulary. And also, you're British. I would probably scale back appropriately for other occasions. You can still, I wouldn't say necessarily that you require, um it's sufficient to use high school. I think it's possible. It's sufficient to use high school level English to achieve similar effect. However, I don't typically engage in that when I have already established a precedence that the person I'm speaking to is highly intellectual. Me being British makes you think I have a large or small vocabulary. You being British means that you use a lot of English regularly. And what I mean by that is, even if I may use esoteric vocabulary, one can navigate the esoteric vocabulary, as opposed to like, we're talking about language learning here. So we're talking about someone who may know English, but is also dividing their attention with another language. So the propensity, the likelihood of us being able to use English and learn within the English context is because you are British. You identified yourself as British. As opposed to like someone saying, oh yeah, I'm Indian who recently moved to Germany for 6 years and now I'm learning German. I'm like, oh, okay. How are you doing? Is it nice there? Right? That kind of thing. As opposed to, oh, I imagine that it must be a rather pleasant time in Germany, right? Like, you don't really need to. Like, or I wouldn't use words that I would typically use. And I understand what that sounds like. No, I don't feel like it's a burdensome or it's hiding a part of me. I think the whole essence of being able to command a language at different levels is incredibly impressive, and I really admire people who are able to do that. So my vocabulary in English, that was my motivation. So I know you asked, do I put a fair amount of effort into expanding my vocabulary? I do when it comes to effort, but I don't think it's necessarily effortful. I think there's a great incentive because I have been inspired by well-spoken people who can command a room of people who have no idea what they're talking about, and as well as jump into a room full of specialists. So one of the hallmarks of someone who's incredibly attuned to communication is a specialist who's like, I don't know, in the field of genetics, is able to command a room in a TED Talk and command a room in a high school setting, and also command a room in the company of of their peers, right? I think it's one of the higher forms of, not that other people, you can favor other things, obviously. For me, it's one of the things I admire a lot about well-spoken people. They're able to command and potentially abuse too. Like, you can think about silver tongues. People can have silver tongues, and that's usually a lot of times associated with a negative connotation, like a manipulative and a politically bent use. However, it can also inspire, teach, encourage. It can help people from suffering, like with all its powerful applications. It can also do harm, right? It's powerful in the way that it is also harmful and helpful at the same time. You feel like you're saying, we're talking about language learning, so these distractions don't feel as bad. Yes, I am. I am. I'm like trying to throw in relevances to language learning because that's how I see language learning. Not necessarily to make it feel like these distractions feel bad, but they are relevant. I'm learning Japanese and Chinese so I can execute more uses about with language. Your father always finds a way to use words he suspects I don't know so that he can teach you definition. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't actively do that anymore. I used to. Though, I used to. It was kind of fun. Nowadays, though, I actually do the opposite. I find people that are very impressionable and I acquire their mannerisms. Why are you singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? That Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? It kind of sounds like... What the heck is... Sorry, Churn is typing some messages. We're behind. Yeah, that's Twinkle. Sorry. Oh wait, I don't know the second thing. Hanging in the sky and shining bright. Oh yeah, that's Twinkle Twinkle. Churn is writing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star in Chinese because Xing Xing is here. The first vocabulary is star. Xing Xing. So Churn is using Twinkle Twinkle Little Star as a excuse for typing in Chinese. I don't know the rest of the words though. Most of the words I don't understand. I know I see repeating segments that reminds me of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. I basically skipped everything he typed. Sorry, Churn. I can't read that very well. I see sky, heaven, twinkling, small, yeah, lots of stars. So I imagine it was Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Nope. Anyways, all right. We're done. I promise, we're done now. Do I like the lullaby? I don't know. It's kind of nice. My parents. Okay, this is gonna sound really, please, grain of salt, guys. My parents were not around. They don't do those things when I was younger, so I don't have like any attachment to lullabies. My parents loved me. They worked really hard to put food on the table. They left food in the fridge. We took care of ourselves at like 4 or 5 years old and on. We walk ourselves to the bus stop and then come back, like that type of thing. But lullabies and stuff didn't happen. No like really childhood related things happen. We were fed. We were told to do our chores. We worked in a restaurant. It was a very characteristic, maybe somewhat stereotypical American-born Chinese type of upbringing. Unconditional trust. Here's a fun story. One time we're supposed to clean the like we do the chores in the house, so we clean the bathroom and whatnot. And I remember one time we didn't know what bleach was, so we started cleaning the bathroom and the bathtub with bleach. We, as in me and my sister. And then at some point, it started cutting into our fingers, and we didn't know why. And then eventually, our parents found out that we were using bleach. Like, you know, it was a bottle, right? It was like a bottle. Was like, oh, okay, this is cleaning. So you know, you pour some, and then you start cleaning the floors and stuff. And yeah, I mean, we didn't drink it. Obviously, we know what's safe, but we didn't know that bleach could hurt our hands and stuff. So we ran out of soap, like regular soap. Yeah, no gloves. We were just the nice thing is we had like one of those scrubber things, so like we weren't like literally putting our hands and scrubbing away, but it did eventually like kind of made our hands, you know, it started damaging our skin and stuff, but it wasn't like serious or anything. It was for a little bit. But yeah, because it smelled like bleach. So like now I know what bleach smells like, but yeah, I still remember that incident. 7 years old, maybe 7 years old. We were in the bathroom. We were cleaning the bathroom, scrubbing the bathroom. Yeah, it worked though. Bleach works really well. Not so great on your skin contact. It's not as serious as it looks. We're using scrubbers. Like at the bottom of our feet kind of feel a little weird, right? And then where slight contact with the hands kind of felt weird, right? So yeah. And for the record, it was a diluted Clorox. So it wasn't like straight up bleach. That would probably have not gone too well. But it wasn't like concentrated Clorox. It was a diluted bleach. This is in retrospect too. I have some weird, like I have remembrance of random, quite some random things. Okay, all right. Xing Xing, we don't need to worry about this. Ooh, space. What is space? Wait, did you use space? I feel like you might have used space. Oh, okay. Why Tai? Oh, why Tai Kung? Why Tai Kung is space? Outside very sky? Outside big sky? It's the big sky outside? That's kind of good. Why Tai Kung? 外太空有很多星星.
外太空有很多星星。
That's pretty good. Space. 今天晚上的星星真亮。
今天晚上的星星真亮。
Okay. All right.
星星。明星。
明星, okay. Bright star equals celebrity, you know? Bright star. Super. No idea.
超级明星。
超级. Okay, so this looked like a G, but I didn't know which G it is. But 超. Oh, like 超市. Oh, okay, I should have known that. Actually, I should have known the left one and guessed on the right one. 超市 is a supermarket. 超, that 超. 超级明星. 电影明星. Okay. Movie star. 电影.
明星.
How do you spell celebrity?
放火.
放火. Oh, to set on fire. To release fire onto something, yes. I have a story about fire too. I'm a bit afraid of fire. maybe coping with an early childhood trauma or something. But yeah. I'm a little skittish around fire. 有人住 no 有人在 one of them's Ling something Ling maybe something Lingli 放火
有人在森林里放火。
森林 the only reason I know Ling is because it has something to do with my family. Ling. 有人在森林里放火。不要放火。不要放火。这个 something 这个yeah no beer is unchanged准 no that's it.
不要放火烧这个。
烧这个 wait oh wait don't on fire or on I don't actually know the functionality of shall. I guess we'll find out in the future. It's fine. Oh wait, set on fire is the full phrase. So what the heck? Yeah, I don't know the functionality of that at all. We'll find out in the future. Ah! Oh.
放火。有爱。
有爱 platonic love 有爱 friend love. All right, friend love is purely platonic, I guess. Fraternal love. That is certainly a term that would be in existence for me. Gun no. Yeah, that gun? Gun something 各个的友爱。
他感激哥哥的友
Oh,
爱。
感激 oh my gosh, that's gun. That's not gun. 感激 grateful 感激他感激哥哥的友爱。他们 something 间 wait 指尖肌间他们 something 间有oh no. I think I recognize. Yes, I recognize this one. I forgot this one.
他们之间有深厚的友爱。
Yeah, so that's 字。他们 oh 之 not 字 not 字之间有深厚。No, never mind. It's not what I thought it was. 深厚的友爱。这个 what is that? Oh, it's group. I have no idea what group is. 这个 group 从良 I don't know what that is too. 从 something 从 yeah 从 something 了
这个团体充满了友爱。
充满 dang 充满 what the heck is that 团体这个团体充满了友爱。
这个团体充满了友爱。
That's new. 团体 Oh boy.
友爱。
Did I spell that
字
correctly? Yeah. Alright, 字 we finally got 字, guys. It's time to quit. We finally got 字. What is Zelda doing in the bathroom of the house? Drawing a character on the toilet. Okay, dollhouse. That is in front of the toilet, which is what about the child? What is the character? Y is none other than the Toon Link, or in other words, Link as a child. I can get behind that. Oh, hey. 名字. We got 名字 as well. What was Japanese 名字? 名字. 名字. Hanzi. Or is it Hanzi? Oh, Hanzi. Oh. 名字. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Maybe. We'll find out. It's hard to see through the slashes. 字典. Oh, 字典. 字典. Oh, you can use 字 instead of 词典. 词典. 词典 was the other one. Character. Oh. That's probably the difference. 金字塔. Pyramid? Metal? Character? Does it sound like anything? It's a little weird. Subtitles. 字幕 makes sense. Okay.
字
All right.
字 星星 明星 友爱 放火
All right. 笑 yarn. Father and a lid. This father for Father's Day received a lid made of yarn. Not very useful, but it is thought that counts. The heck? I don't know if that's gonna help. Oh, mingle. 跳 yeah, 叫 dumpling. Oh yeah, that's right. It's interesting seeing the traditional radical for the left side.
笑
All right. What is Xena doing in the bathroom of the barn? Where a huge tree has grown out of one of the piles of manure. Around her are a bunch of the farmer's children, each holding a ball of yarn. Alright, go on. Attending Xena's barn bathroom tree school. Xena teaches them how to create the shape of a tree with the yarn. Oh no, this one looks like it's gonna be cursed. It's okay. I mean, I already know what it is, but 校友 interesting 校友分校园 oh shit 校园 that makes sense. Campus, a school, park or place, campus, schools, field, area, and 学校 and 香树学校 interesting 香树 okay
校
oh okay the other 校 校 speaking of smiling what? Oh, come on. A shoot? Okay. What was this in Japanese? Arrow? Oh no. Wait, no. Arrow had the thing on this side. The thing on the left. The biggest slide I ever saw was a garbage chute attached to the side of a building. However, a chute is a very dangerous slide because it is too big. If you go down it, you could die young. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Okay. Well, if you I guess if you picture this one's gonna be tough. Shoot. Die young. Yo, okay. Bamboo. Okay, oh no. What was the other bamboo? It was kind of like that, right? Two small sprouts of bamboo that has just emerged from the ground. The horizontal represents the topmost joint, while the goes downward to the left represents a flower hang. Okay. I'm fine with that. Yeah, this is what we got for bamboo. But they went with the smaller one too? Okay. Ooh. Okay.
校
Alright, Xena, you're up again. Now what are you doing in the bathroom of the barn? Where she finds a chute in the corner. Every couple of seconds, a stick of bamboo comes shooting out of the chute, which Xena slices in air with her sword. She keeps on laughing with joy. The bits of bamboo gathered in the corner near the toilet. Okay, so now the barn has a tree growing out of it, where she's hosting a barn bathroom treehouse school. Meanwhile, maybe there's a chute on the side shooting out bamboo and just slicing and dicing. Oh my gosh! All right. Speaking of jokes, 开玩笑, yeah, 开玩笑. Chi xiao. 取笑 笑脸，笑脸，笑脸。What are you? Oh, 端笑. No, 微笑. Oh yeah, 微笑. 微笑 like the same way in like 微星. Yeah, that same way. Although it was in tone 1 though. In my stage, blank is the grain stalk. Does it change to shoot later on, or do we have a different mnemonics? Tree stalk is this. It's vertical down. Yeah, I know. Hear me out. hear me out, Maro. I kid you not. Whenever I go to write something, I always have to ask myself if it's this or the other thing. Totally understandable. And then when I was thinking of arrow, I was thinking of this too. Like an arrow from Wanikani. Oh no, we're gonna I can see this getting adventurous. It's all right. We're gonna flip some tables later, you know. I need like a flipping table emote or something. This happens.
笑
xiao. Okay. We'll all laugh about it. Yeah, you know, in the future, we'll definitely laugh about it. In October, I'm totally gonna be drawing all of these things. I have so much material to draw things in October between Wanikani and HanziHero. I have so many things I can use for drawing. The month of drawing. Okay. 开玩笑 I like that. So 微笑 the smile 微笑 interesting. To giggle? I kind of giggle. I giggle a lot. Sorry. I'm not sure if that's uncomfortable or not. I kind of prefer giggling than like straight out laughing. 傻笑. But do you take stroke order into account or do you throw it away? I do. I write in stroke orders. Otherwise, it won't be memorable to me. So I'm completely dependent on stroke order. Most of the time when I lose stroke order, I pause because I can't, like, I don't know what the stroke order is. Yeah, my hand is largely through memory now, through muscle memory. So many of the common strokes, when I try to think about what the character is in my head, it's like visioned in stroke order. So when I need to picture Xiao, right, my brain would manifest the character based on the stroke order, as opposed to like picturing the bottom separately from the top. Yeah. Stroke order is wonderful. I like stroke order. Now here there is one little wrinkle in all of this. There are differences between Japanese stroke order and Chinese stroke order. Not on a lot of characters, but there are enough to start asking yourself, wait a minute, which stroke order am I using here? I think a very common radical is the turkey one in the stage, this one. So Chinese is these two, right? And Japanese is this one. Not that it can produce, it does produce different tendencies. So for me, when I write the two different things, they will look different slightly because the way the length works and how it's guided, is different. I'm more likely to have a single length when I'm writing in Japanese, and I'm more likely to stagger a little in the Chinese version. So you could play favorites too. You could play favorites if you're both learning Chinese and Japanese stroke order at the same time. And then there are slight stylistic differences that deal with print differences. So like, for example, this versus this. Wait, sorry. I messed up. Is a crime to mess up the order? Yeah. No, it isn't. I don't think so. Is it? I don't know. I certainly wouldn't know. As far as I know, the people who've seen my handwriting, like on a art program or something, they're fine with it. So I'll call that as it's not a crime. If it was a crime, I would say the vast majority of people would say like, dude, you do know I did have a native speaker. I did have a native person when I was doing one of the reviews, maybe like my Duolingo 50-day review, that I really appreciate it. They actually looked as I'm writing the characters, and they said like, oh yeah, this one is this way, and oh yeah, that one is technically this, and I was like, oh hey, cool. And it only happened like 3 or 4 times in like writing hundreds of characters, but it can be noticeable even before or after by someone who is seasoned in it. But ultimately, the appearance of the character, I don't think it's a crime, at least in my opinion. That's coming from an art perspective more than a writing perspective. I think the more consistent you are with the stroke order, the more like the brain just clicks. Like sometimes I'll be writing a character and I'm like, well, that just feels wrong. And I'm like, oh, that's because one of the radicals are off. Like that's not the radical that pairs with this. So it's gotten to like there's it's a minimum benefit. I think it's a negligible benefit. So you have to be really interested in writing, in my opinion. It's a collective skill. You're into art as well, so I would take the order seriously. Yeah. Largely that's why I mentioned that this characteristic, right? This is why I mean when I say this, I like the Japanese version better, right? Because this guides the length. So you can if you're into art, it's this is a flat brush, like a flat pen, right? There's no like velocity, and I'm using a mouse right now, using a mouse to do this. But you'll be able to appreciate it when you write it on a piece of paper and stuff. It becomes very obvious like which direction you had writing these. So if you're into that those little nuances, it can be wonderful to take into stroke order. What I mean radical in this context? Oh, so we learned a bunch of you think the Japanese one feels better? Yeah, me too. Like I have a particular preference. It breaks the flow. The Chinese one breaks the flow because you have to like do 2 horizontals, then a vertical. And it's true for any of those patterns. So if you have any patterns that deal with like this, if you have 3 patterns, that's Chinese. And in Japanese, you have a priority on vertical strokes before horizontal strokes, and then Chinese has a priority on horizontal strokes before vertical strokes whenever you do this too. There's also simplified ones too. Or one second, what do you mean by radicals in this context? These programs, or HanziHero and Wanikani, teaches us parts of it. So this up here is the bamboo radical. Although Kevin uses the word components instead. So this is the bamboo radical that was introduced. And then this bottom one is the shoot radical. So the idea is try to, there are lots of common radicals. So they also come with their stroke orders as well. So when you combine them, you can view them as components of a larger word. So in a way. And then when you're writing, you're like, oh yeah, this is the bamboo radical. And then when you combine them, that's how they're creating the mnemonics to remember the stuff. Yeah. It's a different way. I'm not sure if how natives like Japanese students learn this or like if they do radicals or not. Yeah, I have no idea. Actually, I haven't asked. Also, another great example of Chinese versus Japanese is any pull throughs. Pull throughs get simplified. So, an example would be like E, or different reads, but like this. So, whoops. So this one would end here, and then it would extend here, right? Like hiku, right? Hiku. However, in Chinese, it would be a pull through. So it'd be one stroke because horizontal takes precedence. So it'd be all three strokes, then you pull through. And I kind of like the pull through a lot, where you do the horizontal and then you pull through. So this is one stroke. So there are also stroke number differences as well when combining a stroke. So this would be the Chinese cha, right? Cha. So that happens. Any version of this type of pull through also happens. Like maybe like something like this. Whoops. So it would be like this, then these, and then in Chinese it would usually, yeah, mouse. So it would pull through and combine the stroke from here to here, as opposed to having an extra stroke there. That happens quite a lot too. I guess. Okay. See, so what was this? Gave father a lid made of yarn. That's gonna be interesting. How well that's gonna be remembered.
笑
Oh yeah, like for example. Oh wait. No. That's a bad example. Never mind.
笑
Okay. All right, next one.
房
Bang. Okay. Door is still door. Oh, they're using a different typeset. Dang, door has a different typeset. You can still kind of substitute this. This is the other example of stroke order and writing typeset difference. Like this would be like door, right, in Japanese. To, right, to. However, you can also write it this way in both Japanese. You can write it this way in Japanese. There are certain typesets that use this, which is this. And then there are, I did notice occasionally, maybe to a lesser, a typeset that uses this. So, depending on the typeset, you're gonna have to switch up your stroke order, because this one is not right to left. This one's left to right, going this way. This one is right to left, going this way. So your stroke direction and order and stroke order, at like where the literal stroke is, do change with typeset as well. But they both could exist in the same language. Both of these exist in Japanese, like according to the typeset, like whatever type of typeset they have. Like is it print, digital, stuff like that. Also angles change too. Like the one that HanziHero use for spoon is this. Now, I don't know. Now there's a question here because why is this important? Because usually spoon is right to left, like this. At least how I'm used to it. But it could also be, but if it's horizontal, I would tend to go from left to right because that's a thing about strokes. If it's flat, right to left, but if it's angled and it's higher on the top right, you go from right to left, right? You're going towards the quadrant, right? And that can create confusion too. So if they were using a typeset like this, which is what they do in her, I would tend to write it from left to right. And then when this is higher than the horizon in the top right quadrant, I would go right to the left. And that can get tricky because there are typesets like this. Versus like that. So that can produce whatever feels that can challenge one's like taking stroke order seriously kind of situation because these are the same characters depending on the typeset. It's what happens when you start writing things. Okay. All right. Door is fine. Door. Looks like door. Actually, what was their mnemonic for it? The door swinging on a hinge. Oh, I can see why they use this typeset because it kind of looks like a door. Wanikani had to rationalize a flag and ground. So they chose that typeset. They had to rationalize ground and flag. So they talk about an American idiom where you put the flag near like the door next, like a little above the ground, but in this case it's an inverse, so the mnemonic had to be special. Like, oh, I know the flag is below the ground, but the flag is above the ground next to a door. Instead, if you use this typeset, you can use another mnemonic that maybe is a little bit more approachable. The door does not come all the way down to the ground, but it still has a definite hinge. So now it looks like a hinge, so maybe it's more useful that way to describe it as a door. Either way, eventually you know that it's a door because it's a door for both Chinese and Japanese, regardless of either typeset. How the way I came about this was because Duolingo uses basho. Basho very early, and this is sho. Or like this is part of any show, like place related thing, and I noticed that this top part changes constant, like between the different things, and I'm which stroke order is it? It actually fundamentally changes the stroke order. Sorry, I'm being a little overly dramatic now.
房
Okay. So I see the compass and I see the door. Okay. So what is Frodo doing inside the chapel? On the far end is a door, which he goes over to and enters. This is his small house that he is renting, believing that being inside a chapel might protect him from evil. Who also built a shack inside the chapel? Someone else built a shack inside the chapel. I swear that's a mnemonic for another thing. So is he just shacking up with whoever that other person is? But it wasn't Frodo, was it? I think it might have been. I guess it'll come to mind when it happens. He sits in the middle of his house on the floor playing with a magic compass he has. Yep, Frodo is always obsessed with his compass, wondering what it does. It's odd. Maybe it's a coincidence, but Frodo is totally all about that compass. First, Frodo had the compass in the bathroom, and then he had to release it to the foreman, and then he was like outside of the chapel, hoping originally to find where the compass is in the chapel, and now he's just chilling in the chapel. 住房，住房，体育房, right? No. Oh, what are they using? 煎香房. Oh, interesting. To rent. 房住. Oh my goodness, that's 住. What was I thinking about? I think this is, yeah, right. So I was I can't see that very well. It's too tiny. Ying Fang. Barracks? Oh, look at that. 2 fires. 2 fires on top of a bathtub. I'm only saying bathtub because of Japanese. That's actually one of the characters. The bottom part with a forehead. So it's 2 fires, forehead, and the bathtub. My mnemonic for the little 2 boxes connected by something is bathtub from Japanese. Oh, we didn't cover it yet in one. Whoa. Wait, is that an alternative read? Fang Wu. Wait, isn't it supposed to be shi? Interesting.
房 等
Dung, etc. Okay. How does this work? No, I'm not familiar with this one. Dung. How does this work? Oh, we have to wait for the vocabulary before to see how that works. All right. Yes, etc. Dung. Dracula in the basement of the English manor, surrounded by a bunch of stuff. Okay, I see bamboo, marble statues, piles of bamboo. Okay, a priceless miniature soldier. No, oh, Buddhist temple. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, the whole thing is a Buddhist temple. That's right. I looked at it as a caliper and a soldier, but I guess a soldier plus a caliper is a Buddhist temple. That's right. So bamboo and a priceless miniature Buddhist temple, etc. Okay. He grabs a bamboo shoot and shoots his fangs and shoot and sinks his fangs into it, the bamboo, while exploring the area, draining bamboo juice onto the Buddhist temple, marble statues, old relics, etc. Oh no, this one's kind of tough. Oh, dung dung. Dung dung. Dung dung. Dung. Dun dung. Yeah, dun dung works. Oh, I like that. Dun dung. Etc. I didn't know you could do that. Okay. Dung yu. Dung yu. Equivalent to? Okay.
等
I'm so dependent now.
包
on the... Oh my goodness. That's 4 components at once? Oh no. Alright, let's see. Container? What was this? This was prison, right? Container and prison. Is it okay to prison this up? It is a container. No, we're gonna hold it up. It is a container with a sliding lid, and the lid is currently slid open. If you move the left stroke down... Okay, fair enough. You've seen Dung Dung. It's so funny. It sounds so funny. Yeah, Dung Dung. It brings a whole new meaning to dun 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 dun. Or dun dun dun. Dot dot dot. Dun dun dun. Sorry. You know, and so it begins. It kind of fits really well, actually. I don't even think you need the mnemonic. You just do dun dun. Anyways, like the ending of a what you call it, like the ending of a horror film or a horror show. You know, the dot dot dot. That's kind of funny. I haven't even thought about it that way until I saw your dot dot dot. Dun 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 dun. Now you know what that reminds me of? Dun dun dun. The show Dun dun dun. Okay. All right. Chess. Uniform. Yin. Shin. Shin. Group of 10. Is that like a dozen? Like, no, a dozen's 12, but I don't know. Bin. Oh, a group of 10. That's oddly okay. Snake? Okay, I can get behind Snake. I'm fine with Snake. We're fine. Moving right along. I don't know how they're gonna fit Snake into Self, but I would see the way I remember Self instead of Snake is this is okay, this might be a little bit dyslexic, like a little bit insensitive, but imagine just flipping it, right? It's a snake. It's Self. S or Self. Sorry for those people who have dyslexia. I have a few people who are a bit dyslexic. Have varying degrees. Yeah, that's how I remember this is G. S for Self. Not that that helps with. Oh, good. I can see the snake. And snake's skin. I'm how do you... The mouth of the snake is dead. Like it's closed. Now all we have is its snake skin. Really, it will come in handy probably. Okay. The already. Oh, and this is a character that I'm confused about a little bit. Like in terms of writing. Don't know if it's true, but Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, the one you mumble, was inspired by a friend knocking on the door. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure if that's true or not. Intriguing. I'll have to read about that. The Fifth Symphony, Symphony number 2. Intriguing. I kind of want to listen to a little bit Beethoven this evening. I thought you were gonna make the comment about... Wait, Fifth Symphony is not the one... Fifth Symphony is not the one... Oh yeah, it is. It is. I thought you were gonna make the... yeah, Beethoven was deaf. Yeah, at that time. By that symphony. No, Beethoven's deaf. Yeah, he was largely deaf by the time he wrote the Fifth Symphony. the other story about Symphony Number 5 is the dun 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 dun, right? Get it? Dun 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 dun. Symphony Number 5. Symphony Number 5 was the reason why his music kept getting louder and louder, especially Symphony Number 5. How aggressively loud it was is because he was having increasing deafness. That's the story, anyways. How his music got heavier and heavier, and Symphony Number 5 is illustrating how his hearing either completely faded by now, and the idea of having that type of sound and stuff, you can still feel it, still feel the music. So it's interesting, and of course deafness, right? So it's I don't know how like historically accurate. Obviously, these are things that I've heard from music theory class and music history class. The story goes, as Beethoven progressively become more and more, his hearing started to fade more and more. His pieces become heavier and heavier, all culminating in arguably Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. And then, we just did dun dun, so dun 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 dun. Does that help us with dun? No, it really doesn't, huh? Alright, snakeskin. We gotta keep going. If you have a container and tie it tight with snakeskin, then you have effectively made a package. I like that one. That's elegant. This is bao, so I would just call it a bun. If you look at the side of a bao, like a non pork bun, like a like no chu, right? No chu roll. If you look at it, if you cut it, some ones have this side profile. It's like a swirl. It looks like a swirl. So this looks like a bao regardless. So a bao is a bun or a package, or like it carries something. So I've always often looked at this as a bao. If you guys like those, like I guess they're more like mantou, but if you have like a just standard bun with no filling in it, they usually have, some of them have like little pearls, and it kind of looks like this. A package. All right. Bubble. Wow. Wow. Oh, to embrace is wow. Interesting. And then pal. No. Not familiar with that one. Bun like burger bun? Bun like pork bun. They kind of look like this. Rice paper. Very, very shiny. And then when you like, cut through it, right? There's like a filling inside. And it's usually like ground pork. Like that. Pork buns. And a lot of times when you're looking down on it, so if you're looking down on it, it would have this characteristic swirl. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a bao. Delicious. They're quite light, savory, salty. You always want to try and make them yourself. Ooh, that is an endeavor. Yeah, that the baos are endeavors. Obviously, you can pump it up and whatnot. I haven't made one myself either. My parents have though. The closest thing I've made to a bao is a dumpling, which is a small bao, 小bao. I'm just kidding. I don't think Chinese people ever called a dumpling a xiao bao, 饺子, 饺子. But if I were a kid like learning right Chinese, right, I would probably call it a xiao bao. I mean it's not that far from xiao long bao, which are soup dumplings. So you just drop the long and it's just xiao bao. It's a small little package. The dumplings are small baos. Package, right?
包
Oh yeah, this bao. Okay, so what is Bart Simpson going to do in front of the barn here? He's preparing a special package. Oh boy. He gets a bunch of manure and stuffs it inside. Oh, of course, the special package. Lighting poop on fire in front of people's doorsteps. Oh no, then he throws it through the window. A second later, we start hearing moos of annoyance and frustration as the contents of the package fill the barn with dirty smells. Wait, Bart just committed arson. And if you throw it in a barn, it probably lit on fire. Okay. Oh, no. He didn't lit it on fire. Okay, good. That's fine. Bart is always up to no good. He's just throwing bags of manure. It's fine. I thought they were going to do like the ding dong ditch thing where like you light a special package. You light a special package and put it on someone's doorstep and ring the doorbell and then run. Right? And then the idea is the person would be startled and would try to put out the fire, right? And they would stomp on it. They would use their feet to stomp out the fire, and then they ended up stepping in poop, right? That's what I thought they were gonna refer to. And Bart has done it. Bart Simpson has done it in the show, so it would have been lore accurate. But tossing packages of manure, that's fine too. Yeah, steam stuffed bun, 包子, 包子, 钱包, wallet, money, package, 钱包. Yeah, I was gonna say in Simpsons, it's the only time you've ever heard of it happening. Yeah, basically. Bao, what is this? Bao hua? Bao quo, bao quo. Oh, bao quo. Interesting. I don't know what that is. Holy, what? Oh. Bao Han. Bao Han. Another package? The actual package. Bao Guo. Bao Guo. Huh. Bao.
包
Alright. Okay.
包
Special delivery. Wait, where's that come from? I'm thinking of a very particular something. Special delivery. Is that a League of Legends character that yells that? Some character. It's either a MOBA or a hero shooter that says special delivery like that, and I don't remember who I'm thinking of. Or maybe it's a commercial. It's definitely an ability. Now I can't get it. Overwatch? No, it's not Overwatch. It's not an Overwatch character. Dang it, that's gonna bug me. No worries, we're fine.
房
What did they want this to be? Container? Oh no. What was this supposed to be? A box? Oh, it is a container. Okay. Old Dracula in the basement of the English manor with a collection of etc. stuff. Okay, okay.
等
All right. Why do I put bao instead of bao? Oh, it's the tone. It's the tone. So, when you're typing on like a Roman keyboard with pinyin, it's this is equal to this, and that's what the mnemonics are trying to help me with as well. So the reason why it's Bart Simpson, why Bart Simpson is outside. So these are the components, like Bart Simpson B is outside of the barn, and that's where the beginning part is always there, and then the rest of it is to use the components, the little like pieces of the characters, to explain the rest of the story. That's how the mnemonics is supposed to work. So yeah, so like here this is ban, so ban will be Bart Simpson, and then an is the pawn shop, and it has the little 4 ban instead of ban or ban or ban. This is ban. So that tilde is a bathroom, and then you would type ban 4 because I'm not good enough to type this letter. I don't know if you are. Like, I have no idea how to. It's probably like a control shift situation, and then like 3 keys or something to make that to make this character on a Roman keyboard. So you just write a number at the end instead. Yeah. Okay, half is half. So how do you do this? If you have 2 and you put, if you have 2 horns and you divide it in half, all you need is to do place a rod between them. I see. For the life of me, when I was learning Spanish, I do what Marl said before. Back in the day when I still had to like do reports and I wanted to like word process the Spanish, I would go to the internet and look for the tilde, like the letters, and I just copy and paste those letters because I really have no idea how to enter like an enye, and a any vowel that has a strong accent, right? Like ere and stuff. I would just copy and paste the one letter. And I never learned. I haven't ever learned how to do it. You can use Control Alt N to get enye. Ah, I see. Yeah, see, like that. I didn't commit to memory how to do it. Oh, but it's Control Alt. That's pretty fast, actually. So is it Control Alt for like E and stuff, or does that create an E with an enye? I don't think an E and like, how do you do like this? That's also in Spanish. So all the this character, is it still Control Alt? That would be actually really convenient if that's how that works. I am starting to think about how I'm gonna type Spanish, like Spanish letters, because we're gonna go into Spanish soonish. Again, ban. Oh, this is ban too. Partner. Pang. 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 Judge. On. Betray. Oh my goodness. Okay. The key at the top left for... Oh, the key at the... Oh! Oh, interesting. Oh. And plus E4. Ah. I see. The downside is I have a... I know what you mean now. And then the downside is I have a 60% keyboard. So I don't have my function roll. So I would need to... I don't even know if it works if I hold down function along with all those keys to get that. So I don't even have an F row on my keyboard. Fun considerations. Okay, fun. So Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the pawn shop causing havoc for the employees. He uses a bat to break everything into halves. The toilet, the sink, the mirror, and so on. Each lie broken on the bathroom tile, broken in exactly half. Dude, Bart Simpson's good. The employee bang on the door trying to stop. Oh, Bart Simpson's up to no good. Also, lastly, for Chinese, Control Alt Y. Oh, Control Alt Y. Oh, that kind of makes sense for Yi. For Yi. I like that. I wonder why it's not you as opposed to Y. Oh, wait. Wait, what is U then? What does Control Alt U do? 一半. Oh, okay. So it's the up. 一半. 一半. 半天 makes sense. Half a day. 半 night. 半夜. 半夜. I keep forgetting 夜. 半夜. 半想. 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 Okay, 半想. So that little left radical does affect it. And then peninsula, that kind of looks like Nyo, but not really. That kind of... Oh, that looks like Shima. What could Shima sound like? Ban Shuan? No. Ban Dao. No, it's not related at all. I'm thinking of Shima like Hiroshima. Hiroshima in this case. The main reason I switched to EN layout from your local one is those features, and there are also useful ones for other languages that you're interested in. Oh, okay. I see. Ban.
半
Ban. Huh. Oh, this is...
半
Alright, so I'm really far behind. Alright. I hope I don't like choke like last time. I choked really hard yesterday. I choked really hard yesterday. Alright. Alright, we got this. I don't know if this is silent. 本子
本子
Okay, 本子 they don't want... Oh no, this is not. This is wait, what? Oh, heck no. Oh no, heck no. We're not I'm not taking that. I'm not negotiating between notebook and book.
爸爸。外。60。
Yes, yes, yes. I use Arabic numbers. I know.
男人。问好。
问好。To ask well. I wonder why I did not put book as an alternative. Yeah, yeah. The reverse is also true. They put the other versions too. Yeah. Wait, 问好. Question well. To ask well. To speak well. Inquire. I. 问好. You were asking something well. I have no idea. Oh, right. To send regards. Wait.
是。中间。杯子。开车。
从事。
从事。
关. Oh, wait. I gotta check on this. 关. So what is this? Goofy is outside the pawn shop with the cactus that's selling cocoons and yeah.
关上。啊。
作文.
作文。
作文. Okay.
拖。
一些. Ah! Ah! I tell you, I meant to type 1. 从不.
从不。
Not. Oh no. 从不. Oh. Okay. 那些.
那些。 一些，波，
Wait. This is still noon. Ah! Oh, sundial. Oh no. Which one's Kirby? Is it QU? Dang it, it's QE. It's probably QE. Not QE. Oh man, QI, but you know what I mean. QE as in like the sound E. Ugh. Dang it. Alright, that's fine. I told myself I would remember Kirby, but I
七，
took a really, really fast. We gotta go fast, you know?
爷爷，正在，
Uh-oh. This exact moment? Current moment? Present? Correct? Exact? Right now? Currently? Okay. Don't worry. My process is working. I think. Oh, whoops. 时间
时间，
关
关门，
Oh. I didn't know which one they wanted. This is missile. Missile. You know, missile. Oh, we talked I talked with Chern about this yesterday. Da Chong. Da Chong. Da Chong was since, right? This is our conversation with since.
打从，
Yeah.
念，
This was Ho. Oh, we talked about this too.
上床， 桌子，
What's the the main, right? Wait, was that stand or a giant? Oh no. Is it still stand? Oh no. Oh, this is the ground, right? Ground to No, hold up. There was a story behind this one. The ground, shoulders. Is this still giant? No, giant is for writing. There was something about a lid on top. Oh, no. This is still stand because the ground was representing like the feet and the yeah, it was stand or guard. It was guard. I put in stand because it's an alternative that still checks out. It was guard. I used my crutch. It's fine.
对，
I embrace my crutches. Bill. No, mask. Dagger.
那， 马
bean?
奶茶 一童
Okay. Wait, dagger is like shrunk version of sword? Yeah. Yeah. It's a little like tail thing at the top, yeah. That's also the way Kevin described it. It's just a really tiny dagger with a handle and a little curved blade. Yeah. Yeah, dagger is a shrunk version of sword. That's a great way to describe it. Kevin didn't describe it that way. That would be an excellent way.
喜
Ah, that's joy, not love. Make joy. Oh, that kind of hurt my soul a little bit. Sorry.
四
Occurrence. Did I misspelled occurrence. No, sure.
能手
Yeah. Whoops.
两 金
Heckin. Okay, fine. I have your notebook right here. I missed this one last time. Got it. Nailed it. Young.
正午
Oh no, which one is this? Hold? No, no, wait. No. Hold. Horns? Sheep.
后
We have a suit, right? Suit, walking eye. Shrek is in the bathroom of the house.
是
Amazing, isn't it? It's so amazing. And what was Shrek in the bathroom of the house? He was looking at suits, and then out came he was checking, so he was looking at the suit, and then the walking eye popped out of the suit to look at him.
楼下 住 七月
外来.
外来
This is external. Something I get wrong a little bit. Albert. Oh, wait. This is the crown. So a forehead, suit. Magic stick.
能
Bill. Stack? Not master. Oh no. Oh, candlestick. Candlestick. Cool. Yo.
左右手
Oh, this is the one that I got mixed up. Elbow. not private. This is the drum. And this is the foreman. Wait. I gotta check this. Chi, right? It's Quasimodo in the bathroom. Something to do with dirt. Oh, he was spreading dirt everywhere for the floating elbows to follow? No. How did this work? Oh, wait. To go? Wait. Elbow. Oh, no. Yeah, elbow and dirt and soil.
去
Sorry if you have explained this, but why is it such obscure sentences? Largely because the system, the why obscure sentences make it so that it's memorable. However, it's not as obscure as you think because this is soil and this is elbow. So these are the radicals. And the reason why I know Quasimodo is Q. So Chi. And then 4 is bathroom. 4 is bathroom. And since there's no final, it's in the house. So if you know any of these parts, it's supposed to remind you of the rest of the parts. So if you're looking at this character and you're like, oh, I remember the reading. It's Chi. So I wrote down Chi, and I'm like, now I'm trying to think of what the meaning was. And usually I would say to go. So I'm like, okay, so is there anything involving to go or to follow maybe? So then I was trying to figure out what because the next thing it's going to ask is the meaning of this, right? And I don't know which one they're going for. And then they're trying to relate soil and elbow to Quasimodo in the bathroom of the house. So that's why they're kind of obscure. But the obscurity creates an emotional uniqueness. So it's very identifiable. However, you already have lots of components. So if you remember some part of the read, if you even like, maybe it's tone 4. So what Quasimodo could be doing in the bathroom, that kind of thing. That's how the mnemonics work in Kevin's situation. But I thought it was like to follow, but I thought it was like to go, but I don't see how Quasimodo and elbow. So do the characters represent the words that themselves represent parts of the sentence? Yes. Yes. Is there any intersection where Shrek has to do something with soil and elbow and Quasimodo does too? Shrek. The only one that I remember that Shrek was doing... Oh, no. Shrek has no soil yet. Yeah, not that I remember. So, this is supposed to mean to go, or to follow, or to go. Oh, that's for example. Oh, that's an example for procall. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe I'm just gonna write. Actually, I don't remember. What was the to go? Oh, it's just that they go around really quickly. Yeah, see, staring at a detached elbow that is hopping around, he sprinkled out some soil and then watched him go around. So these are obscure, but the components themselves are not. They are explicitly in this. So the idea is the more little context clues you have, these are all our context clues. And you can start with either remembering some part of the read,
or some part of anything. And even the character itself provides context clues. So then the story itself can be as obscure or unusual as possible, largely because then it may not intersect with something else and it can be very identifiable. Now, it's not as obscure as you might think, in the sense of if you're used to what type of writing Kevin does and also where the thing is. So originally, when we were learning these components, you know a little bit about Quasimodo. He's the Hunchback of Notre Dame. And the bathroom, what the bathroom looks like in the house. So, Kevin tries his best to do an activity that is possible in the way they describe the position of the location. So there are multiple locations, which is the end. So a Chinese word is always made of two parts: the initial and the final. And the initial is always the character, and the final is the location. In this case, this is the house because there's no final. And then in the initial is the Quasimodo. So Quasimodo is abbreviated as this. And then we're in the bathroom. So that's what you get. That's why I put in Chi. And because you know Chi, the absurd thing when you're looking at the character, it'll give you the components that will allow you to frame this location with the story. Like, you know soil and you know elbow. So you have to form a story with soil and elbow that has something to relate to the meaning of this. And that's how you get to the words, the definitions, moving in a forward direction. It sounds very elaborate at first. Like, it sounds really crazy, like you're going through hoops. But this approach is far more efficient for me than Wanikani's approach, which is to write like a funny near rhyme or something like that to remember the stuff. So weirdly enough, like Kevin's approach is surprisingly effective for me. And regardless of how absurd it is, it just clicks. So right now there is a personal bias towards Kevin's thing. How many errors did I make? We only made 5. That's not too bad. Going pretty quick. All right, and then now I love this way for I love this approach for making making learning this stuff. I might actually adapt something. I'm kind of adapting Wanikani's approach to this. So I'm like categorizing his keywords. So I'm trying to categorize Ko's keywords in order to form relationships like this. It'll be interesting moving forward. Anyways, so now I have to go over the components. This is yarn, shoot, bamboo, door, package, container. I almost lost container. Snake skin, and half. Okay. Whoops. C. 字 笑笑包房等 Oops. Bart Simpson. Fun. Yeah, he was wrecking the whole place up. Yeah. Okay. So 一些 that was totally a typo. 一些星星 that's a new one. 星星明星明星有爱有爱放火 or is it 放火 hold up. Is this the Frodo releasing? No, it's in the bathroom. That's fine. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, Feng. Frodo is in a bathroom of the chapel where he was running around with the sacred compass, and then the foreman caught him and he had to release it. Yeah. Feng Huo. Okay. And then let's do these. So Xena. Oops, too far to the right. Xena is in the basements of the house. Xena's in the basement of the house, drumming with joy, right? Drum something with her mouth. I don't remember what the mouth part was though. And then I guess her mouth was just like smiling or something. Just smiling. I don't remember, but that's good enough. It's good to remember that. Also, protocol. This is only largely to remember when you no longer like at some point. So what I kind of like about this system is you are flanking the stuff. You are flanking the definition with the read. So what happens is you're either going in this direction or going in that direction a lot of times. And what's in the middle, if you can get from here to here, or like start here and start here when you're doing the prompts, you can drop the middle after a while. Like after a while, it goes away. And that's kind of the idea between, in my opinion, that's the idea that you're aiming for when you're doing these things for HanziHero and Wanikani. You're eventually going to drop the mnemonic away, and then the mnemonic then becomes no longer optional. I mean, becomes optional. So whenever I like pause on something, I'm like, okay, I'm not confident. Then I go and dig up the mnemonic again. But generally speaking, over time, you're gonna have fewer and fewer mnemonics to remember, like fewer and fewer, and then you, well, not fewer, those mnemonics start to cycle out for new mnemonics. So as you're learning more and more vocabulary, the older vocabulary no longer requires those mnemonics. They go away. The difference here is Kevin's, and I've already talked about this for myself, Kevin's require more effort. It requires more like active involvement. And to me, that causes me to intrinsically be more interested and more engaged. So while Koichi's approach in Wanikani is a bit more like compartmentalized. I'm still working on how to turn that over a lot more. So I already know I have this tendency. I already know I have this tendency to work towards a more diverse and involved process. Hello there, Kazuma. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Yeah, both of them have their own approaches. So it's kind of nice that it's different. And I'm making a lot of mistakes in Wanikani side of things, so it causes me to try harder inherently. So yeah, well, sorry. Zelda, is this yes. So what is Zelda doing? Zelda is in the bathroom of the house. Is HanziHero by the same team that made Wanikani? It is not. However, Kevin and Phil, the two brothers who are making this product, is most likely they nonchalantly they are aware of Wanikani. So they actually made videos and stuff about how Hasix and Wanikani and stuff, drawing differences and comparisons. So this thing is 3 years old, roughly. This thing is 3 years old, and then two, as a perspective, Wanikani is turning 14 this year. So one is inspiring the other, but obviously them being younger, they've made integrations of like quality of life changes and lots of things to the design. On the surface though, it may appear like Wanikani. Which is a very fair thing. Zelda? What the heck is Zelda doing in the bathroom of the house? With a dollhouse and a child. Oh, Zelda's in the bathroom of the house drawing a using a dollhouse to like draw a tune, or playing around with a tune, and that tune is none other than Toon Link, which Toon Link is a child. That's kind of weird. She was finishing off drawing a character, right? And the character is Toon Link. Do you prefer one over the other? Right now, one is more efficient than the other at the moment. This is more efficient than the other. Probably because this is closer to my what I already know how to do, versus Wanikani is a little bit more of a stretch. It's I don't want to say it. It's harder for me to separate things than to relate things when it comes to mnemonics. Mnemonics, the more related they are, like if they're bundled together, the more complex the mnemonic, the more approachable I find it. So I'm having growing pains on simplifying and remembering more parts. So in Wanikani, Kevin wanted to keep a lot of things apart, so I have to remember a lot more separate things. So in order for me to compensate for that, I'm trying to relate more of the things together over time, as opposed to Kevin, which Kevin just relates everything together. So Usually that's how I clump it. I clump all of these things together. What is the reason you went with traditional? No reason, because Duolingo was in simplified. So after a certain point, I will stop seeing traditional characters that remind me of simplified vocabulary. And then at that point, we'll probably consider we're gonna also flip back to simplified. Yeah, Duolingo has covered HSK, largely HSK 1 through 3. So at least approximately 900 characters in simplified. And I can pick them out mostly based on the translation, their meanings, and then their contextual characters at the moment. So we'll see when we get to like past a certain point, if I continue with traditional, or maybe I could check out how they normalize to simplified. I actually didn't check if you like swap to simplified, do you start from the beginning? And also there is enough functionality in HanziHero to not have to do that. So like I could add specifically only the simplified and the traditional characters stuff that are different, as opposed to concerning myself with the ones that are the same. So that's probably a reasonable, like that's the reason, and also my thought process, some of my thought process regarding that. Let's see. Xena. Also, later this year, sometime in May, I'm going to be using LLMs for Chinese, and we're going to alternate or distribute them between Chinese and traditional. If you spend extra time for the stroke order and other things, you can consider seeing the simplified version as well, maybe. If you spend extra time for the stroke order and other things, you can consider seeing the simplified version as well. If you spend extra time for the stroke order and other things, I've written a lot. So regardless if it's traditional or simplified, I have already written like 4,000 hours of writing in the last, okay, maybe not 4,000, it's probably like getting close to 3,000. So I think it's fine, largely. So regardless if it's simplified or traditional, I can figure out most of the stroke order, even if it's incredibly complicated. From time to time, now I'm in the exploratory phase of stroke order. I assume you check stroke order off stream. Actually, all of Duolingo. Duolingo gives you stroke order. You didn't have to check off stream that much. If you practice 900 characters by that time, Duolingo's Hanzi and Kanji combined kanji section would have introduced you with all the stroke order. And then off that, I actually write in the beginning of every single Duolingo session in front of both the Duolingo Chinese and the Japanese. Yeah, what's missing here that's not part of the conversation is the thousands of hours of stroke order exposure from Duolingo and how often I write on screen. Here, it's not shown because both HanziHero and Wanikani does not incentivize writing. But in Duolingo, I've invested a lot of time into stroke order. And then I check the stroke order if I'm ever concerned now. So like my writing comprehension, my writing in stroke order is in immersion state now. No longer is it in a state where I have to guess. I'm no longer guessing on stroke order. I know pretty much all the foundational stroke orders, but it would have to be an incredibly elaborate character that maybe have a stroke pattern that I'm not familiar with. Yeah. So not too bad. I would say if you manage to write between the two languages, like 1,500 characters, something like that, 1,500 characters, I think you would encompass at least 90% of the stroke orders. And then from time to time, I will, whenever I encounter a character, I'm like, oh, that's an interesting character. It's slightly different than you have been recently. You have been recently, so I wasn't aware of the. Yeah. It's part of the the introduction, like the day one introduction to like Wanikani and HanziHero. I post all of these, by the way. I post all of these. They're very long. In Duolingo, I do the beginning is always a recall of all the characters. So every session, which I haven't resumed yet. I haven't resumed the Duolingo Japanese course because of other projects along the way. The Duolingo Japanese course is I'm halfway through the Duolingo Japanese course, and I can demonstrate what I do for that. Every 3 days, I have to write all the characters and farm and mine all the characters in writing. And then at the beginning of every single session, I write that, like, I write connecting all the vocabulary manually. And then at the beginning of every session, I rewrite all of that and add anything that I missed. And then I hold that for 6 days, and I keep looping 2 units of writing of the characters. So, and then on my off time, I typically visualize things based on writing. So whenever I need to pull up a character, I think about the writing, my hand motion. So occasionally, from time to time, if I encounter a new character, you'll probably see me using my hand to to figure out if I want to see if I need to know the stroke order or something like that. Yeah. Oh, I could show you something. We concluded the Japanese, not the Japanese, the Chinese course, and I can show you what the last 100-day things that I did for the construct. I don't know if I showed you this. Let's see here. Okay. So it looks like this. Right, so this is the last 100 days, the second half, I guess. The second half of Duolingo Chinese course. So each color represents one of the units, and then they're organized in a way that I can remember them. So the way they're next to each other and the way they're stacked with like plus signs and arrows are how I visualize the stuff in my head. So this is how all the units. 你好, programming fun. 你好. So that's what the last 100 days look like from memory. If you read some of these, well, if you're familiar enough, like for example, 天气, right? 天气, 晴天, 晴天, 阴天. So this is weather, sunny, cloudy, right? But then you have 下雪, to snow, 下雨, right? And then 刮子, that's blow and like blowing, 大风. So 刮子大风, blowing like big wind blowing, right? 如果, like 如果, and it's a tilde to 就, because 如果就, if something happens, then I would do this, right? And then this continues this line of thought, 外面 plus 里, 外面里, so outside, 外面里出去 to go outside, 大嗓 This is the final product. Yeah, this is the final product. We have this is for the review that I did for the end of the 20 thing. This is half of it. Half of it. I don't usually save these, by the way. They're usually available in the video, and that's it. I rewrite these whenever I do them. So for Wanikani and HanziHero, I haven't decided how I'm going to do a review yet. Right? This was at the end of 100 days. The first two were at the end of 50 days. And the whole course took me 200 days. So I did a 50-day review, 50-day review, and then I was like trying, you know what, let's push it further back. Yeah, I did a 100-day review. So the Duolingo course did 200. So this is only half of it. I did different techniques before, like I did like word associations or net character web kind of thing early on because there wasn't enough to form these types of associations. So now that's what it looks like in my head. So whenever I'm like looking at HanziHero, so now we just go back to HanziHero. When I ever go back to this is a different approach. So I'm no longer doing that in my head. However, I'm still like, I just pick up Duolingo Chinese course every once in a while. It's in the background now. So everything is practice Duolingo whenever, like, fill in all the legend stuff in Duolingo Chinese just to keep up with some light. Whenever I go on a walk or need to stretch, I try to complete the stuff up for practicing. And that's why when I'm reading these things, there is a caveat. I know most of this stuff. And it's not because I was literate or my background is Chinese. I was illiterate before I started Duolingo. So 200 days of Duolingo is why I feel comfortable in correcting my stuff and writing whenever I need to. Yeah. And then for Japanese, it's been 300 days. 300 days on the Japanese course, doing something very similar with kanji and all that. So between Chinese and Japanese writing, it's probably like over 3,000 hours now. Yeah, and I use a pen pretty much all the time. So do you still bother with the mnemonics if you know the character already? I do, because this is going to go to the future, right? So like I'm doing this is because it's a new technique. It's a technique that I enjoy. And I don't know a lot of vocabulary. Well, I don't know more vocabulary than this. I'm not actually sure how much vocabulary. I know 3,000 vocabulary from the Duolingo Chinese course, but this Kevin expect to hit like 8,000 plus, right? So I'm eventually going to know characters that I don't know. And this is where I get the opportunity to work on the occasional vocabulary that I don't know, because Duolingo doesn't cover it based on HSK level. They don't cover like in a manner that is like comprehensive. They cover whatever is important in the topic. So there are words that I'm not familiar with, but the context and the meaning of them makes sense because I studied enough characters, so you can kind of make sense of it. And that is helping me give a leeway into learning the system. And then eventually when new words come up, I will use the system and see how it works. So I'm using HanziHero on traditional because there's also, I don't know what these characters look like in traditional. But thanks to Japanese, I actually know most of the characters, what they look like. So even when it comes to stroke order and stuff, I probably have a better idea from Japanese, because Japanese have most of these characters. So that also feeds into why I'm using traditional as opposed to simplified. Duolingo was simplified only. So yeah, I use a mnemonic still. Like the idea is, it's not something I typically do, so that's fun.
I like doing things that other people want me to do. So when you mentioned about Wanikani and then you made your own mnemonics even before you use Wanikani and HanziHero, I do not make mnemonics this way. So this whatever Kevin's doing here is a lot of fun. So I enjoy sitting here doing these webs. And then Wanikani's side, Ko has a much more you were probably here when I was struggling. I'm struggling with puns. I'm struggling with puns, English to Japanese puns that Ko does. And so I'm learning how to do that. It's not for everyone. Like if you don't like relearning or learning new ways to learn things because you're into other things, then I can kind of see why it wouldn't make sense. For me, that's the fun of it. I enjoy seeing how other people learn, and then we get to learn Mandarin and practice our fundamentals. Get review in, solidify all of things, because by no means I only have a roughly 90% retention of all the vocabulary that was in Duolingo. So this is overlapping with it, and it's kind of like reinforcing all the classical things. And then when I'm reading the sentences, you know, the context sentences that Kevin has, that's Duolingo 101. I wouldn't call it mnemonics. I was unsystematically making resembles of the characters. Oh, okay. I see. This is why I like this stuff. I like hearing how people go about their thing, and I kind of combine it. For the record, I haven't ever done something like this. This is not how my brain works. But now that I've done it, it's so much fun. Like it's a different thing. So in the future, I might like combine the way I do my webs and like shorthands and stuff, right? And I'll combine this. I'm actually already starting to do that. That's why I'm depicting it this way. So this little like circle thing with the arrows and a plus and the arrows, that's a combination from Duolingo. So I didn't learn, I've never actually really learned language alone before. So this little like web with this circle design and this like angular thing, that's from Duolingo. That's an adaptation from Duolingo. Duolingo's section, when they depict characters, always looks like this. So I started doing something like that. So now whatever I did with Duolingo, I'm bringing to HanziHero and Wanikani. So the way I do arrows and then correct and then find out how to replace them, that kind of thing, that's from self-studying. It's how I would go about it visually. And the reason why I'm writing all this stuff out is I want to demonstrate this. It's supposed to be like a out of mind, out of like the thing I'm not very good at right now is in Duolingo, whenever I'm doing the exercise, I can speak my mind immediately at the same time as doing Duolingo. So I can tell people what's going on in my head. However, because of how SRS works, I'm not really saying a lot during the actual review and stuff. That involves how narrow the thing is. In Duolingo, there are sentences. So every time I get to Kevin's stuff or I get to the context sentences that Ko and Kevin writes, I talk about it. And that's what Duolingo is 24/7. Whenever I'm streaming Duolingo, I'm talking about the context sentences because I'm creating context, even more context than the sentences themselves. That's how I, in my opinion, create effective learning. I contextualize it. Unfortunately, this stuff, the closest version of context are the mnemonics. So I use the mnemonics as much as I can, not because necessarily that they're helpful, but to understand how to use their system. The more I understand how Ko thinks, the more I know how Kevin thinks, I can use their system
in the way so I can kind of evaluate and see if it works for me. A Duolingo structure was way different. It's so different. And in order to use that benefit, you have to understand what their design is. Because you could say Duolingo sucks, it didn't work for me. But if you didn't know why it doesn't work for you and how it doesn't work for you, then the next thing you pick is a flip of a coin too. Like you don't know what you're looking for and you're not sure what you can do without it. The context sentences that Kevin writes and co-writes are really effortlessly readable outside of like, you actually have to read the whole sentence and produce the sounds. But Duolingo, that's Duolingo structure. Duolingo structure is basic sentences constantly. Basic sentences, switching out a few things, basic sentences, switching out a few things. So in the future, which I'm going to do for Chinese first because Duolingo doesn't have a learning component anymore, so I've retired Duolingo Chinese. We're using LLMs to create larger context. So we're going to move to paragraphs and maybe text to speech and then some more typing and whatnot, different types of input as opposed to writing. I've been writing most of my Duolingo stuff, like the actual characters. So we're kind of developing different forms of engagement and not really rushing to any particular skill set. And to me, that's more engaging to me. Instead of trying to do all of it at once, trying to get the fastest way and work specifically the fastest way. You do look forward to LLM era? Yeah, that'll be in May. Yeah, the next immediate thing is video games. We're doing Like a Dragon. So Like a Dragon, Like a Dragon 8 replays are gonna happen. And then I have to squeeze in the English playthrough of Yakuza Pirate. And then Spanish starts. Spanish starts in March. So Duolingo Spanish starts in March. While that's happening, Duolingo Japanese is going to share time with Spanish, and then LLMs will then be phased in May. Oh wait, are those gameplays a part of language learning? It will eventually, yeah. For now, this is the first this is the earliest time. I want to play the game when it's released. So I was hoping I had another year. I was hoping I had another year before the next game release, but it turns out it's this month in like less than 2 weeks. So I deliberately paused finishing Like a Dragon 8 because there was Chinese and Japanese playthroughs left. Because I play it through English, know all the context in English, then listen to the Chinese and Japanese. And Like a Dragon series is dubbed. Like a Dragon series is dubbed in both Chinese and Japanese. So you can play through the entire game in Chinese. And I have yet to hear the Chinese cast. So I'm trying to make time to play the Chinese cast, and I was supposed to rest today, but it looks like we're going too late. So we'll probably push it off a little bit more. It'll probably be like 3 or 4 days. Something like that. Yeah. I love the Like a Dragon series. It is the reason why I'm learning Chinese and Japanese to get an even better appreciation for Like a Dragon. It's probably the only series that I know confidently that is dubbed in 3 languages. And it's the 3 languages I'm currently using. I would be floored if the next Like a Dragon 9, the next like numerical entry goes into like a US city or something and they introduce Spanish or something. I'd be pretty floored. But Japanese and Chinese. Yeah. So I'm gonna say tomorrow I'm gonna try to make the day as short as possible, and I'm gonna be doing the Chinese playthrough. It's only main story quests playthrough because I already finished the rest of the game in English. So And that's what I've been doing before then. In 2023, I played all the Like a Dragon games. It took me about half a year plus to play all of them. Yeah, large project. LLMs come in May though. And the reason why I'm using LLMs, just as to complete the picture, the reason why I'm using LLMs for Duolingo, following Duolingo Chinese, is largely at the end of the year, 2025, 2026 to 2025, I'm going to be trying a month of Dual Max. But Dual Max is only available for the flagship language, which is Spanish. So, like from an English to Spanish. So this, I'm gonna try to get as much experience as I can trying to do it myself, and then compare it to what their version of it is. Dual Max, this functionality introduces LLM, and unlike Duolingo Japanese and Duolingo Chinese, the Spanish course is the flagship. So it has like four plus features that don't exist in Japanese. And then Chinese course actually had 3 less features that Japanese course has. However, it looks like they're still updating it. Both courses are being updated. I went through the mobile version to practice to finish practicing my Duolingo Chinese stuff, and it looks like they already updated the path to include Hanzi practice, and that's not in the desktop version. I've been using the desktop version for both Duolingo Japanese and Chinese. One thing the desktop version lack is speech. I think both the Japanese, I'm not sure about the Japanese actually, but the Chinese one has speech inputs. So you have to repeat and recite the context sentences with speech. However, it's a moot point because I read everything out loud in my Duolingo streams. I don't hear on these things because it will slow me down quite substantially. That's why I feel like SRS focuses on different aspects of, or encourages naturally different aspects of language learning, and Duolingo does other aspects. So I firmly and very vigorously disagree with people about how they compare it, like which one's better, which one's worse. They're different, and it requires different skill sets to make them quote unquote work. They're not the best in any specific overall reason. I like using things because they're different ways. Video games are another option. For Japanese, I played a game called Shashinko early on for some immersion, and I am currently I have beta access, or actually beta access to like the PC, I guess, eventual PC release of Wagotabi, which Wagotabi is from zero to Japanese, to Japanese, to whichever level, depending on how much support they get. A JLPT, like right now, the goal is to just cover all of JLPT 5 in a 2D. It's kind of like a retro JRPG style way, and you play a character that goes through different places in Japan to like get trivia about Japan, like visiting different places, different locations, and then you use Japanese. And then what they do is they introduce phrases, and eventually all the things in the game will start to be converted entirely into a Japanese interface. Yeah, it's a very neat way to go about it. So I am also in the hunt for language learning games as well. And my goal is I can play video games and demonstrate how fun it is to think about language learning while using video games. The other projects that are involved that will happen on and off is we're going to use Anki, which probably, and we're going to create genre-specific decks by playing games that I'm very familiar with, like deck builders. And lots of deck builders are both in Chinese and Japanese localizations. So the idea is, while I'm working on my foundations, you can still play games without knowing like basic foundations and whatnot, but you can use them as a way to find the keywords, and we can generate the decks with the keywords like attack, damage, poison, faint, vanish, things like that. So I'll start to work on that as well to form the foundations of deck building, because it's a genre of video games that I play quite a lot. And puzzle games, we might also go and look at specialized vocabulary and farm and mine specialized vocabulary into decks for video games. Then in the future, I'll be playing video games, right? Video games with language learning as the motive, but video games is a source of immersion. So I'll make commentary. I'll play a game in Chinese. I'll play the next game in Japanese. Maybe I'll juggle between the Chinese and Japanese game, and then I'll play the English as a form of reference, right? So that kind of thing is the future. But that's going way past 2025. Yeah. Plans. Lots of plans. And all of that could change, of course. I often give a little grain of salt for plans. Whenever I meet someone or some organization that is interested in involving me, and they demonstrate that they're interested in me to share something, then I put most of my plans on hold for that. I seize every opportunity I can to invest in people and or organization. So Wagotabi and Shashinko and whatnot, those things came about on their own. And then sometimes I'm gonna have like interruptions of other video games. If someone like some indie dev, I got an opportunity to meet like one person. I hope he's doing well, and maybe something will input for that. So for me, I not really do the best for myself. I don't do this for I do this to increase the best opportunities to interact with other people. So I put all my plans on hold if something else interesting comes along. So the only reason I picked up Wanikani and HanziHero by extension is because of some other people that I trust. So, or like I established trust between them. And I would drop Wanikani and HanziHero if someone else comes along and demonstrates that whatever they're doing is far more invested in me and my interest in it. So most of the stuff that is subject to change is largely because whenever someone has an invested interest, I take up that opportunity. So all of this stuff can end right now, tomorrow, temporarily be suspended if something more interesting comes along. Otherwise, I keep doing it to the completion or to some logistical end, and that's how we keep going. I don't stream if I run out of ideas, right? Like if someone is not interested in something that I've come across and my like queue list for people's interest ends, then I will pull up some of my personal preferences. Right now, my queue of personal preferences like number to the 80s, and like there are at least 80 games that are in queue that I could pull up if we run out of things. But these things will keep me occupied for practically a lifetime, really, or for at least the next year or two. Like anime in the evening. So far we've watched like 7 anime shows, largely due to sharing and whatnot. I write like anecdotes. We do Discord discussions whenever people link me something. Largely is to engage. Yeah. I like collecting ideas. I think it's kind of boring now, thinking what I want to think. Not as exciting anymore. I have plenty of time to engage in other people's interest. Plenty of time, figuratively, not literally. Like energy and enthusiasm. So Xena is in the bathroom of the barn. Xena, or is it in the bathroom of the barn? What are you doing with a tree? Oh yeah, it's the tree. It's the tree house. Tree school. Tree bathroom tree school. Oops. That's the... Wait, yes. What was the yarns for? Just teaching the kids how to use yarn? Yeah. Weird one. And then Xena is still in the bathroom. Oh, in the barn. Also chilling with chopping up bamboo, right? Chopping up bamboo. With a smile. Or chopping up bamboo that's coming through the shoots. And smiling about it. Wait, was this smile or laugh? We'll double check later. Bart Simpson is outside the barn flinging special packages. Special packages. Frodo. Frodo is in the chapel. Cozying up to a makeshift house. So we have a door. Oh, what the? What the door? Wait. How did the door work? So he still has the compass, right? Finally got the compass. I guess he just opens the door to his house. It's chilling in the middle of the chapel. And then we have Dracula in the basement of the English Manor. Dracula is in the basement of the English Manor. A bamboo? What are you doing with a bamboo? Oh, he was like sinking his teeth into a bamboo. Oh, he found a miniature temple, right? Miniature Buddhist temple. And sinking his teeth into some bamboo. Wow. Checking out all the other stuff. There's a lot of stuff down there. Then we have Bart Simpson again. What are you doing, Bart? You're in the bathroom of the pawn shop wrecking house. Basically just wrecking everything. Wrecking everything in half. So we didn't get anything about snakeskin, or did we get something about snakeskin? Oh, we did. So it's the combination of these three to produce bao, right? Yep. It takes care of all of them. And then we have 4, 5 errors. So this was a typo. No, this wasn't a typo. This was Kirby. Hecking Kirby. Heck you, Kirby. I typed QU. Yeah, because I was thinking of cur, but I should have thinking about E T. And then how did I? Oh, notebook. That's fine. We already added a book to this. Fine. So notebook. Okay. And when how? I totally blanked on this. When how? When how? Send regards. Please send regards. And一些 this was 一些 was messed up the 些 on the typing side. I think I typed 4. I have a habit of saying 些 or like 1 in tone 1 and suddenly just hitting 4 for whatever reason. And then how did I screw this one up? See. Oh, joy. I typed love instead of joy. So joy is the error. All right. And that's it. Yeah. That's it. I think today went pretty well on both ends. Yesterday I was like, I don't know what happened. My body gave out. I'm kidding. My brain just like, hey, drop down below 90%. I momentarily dropped below 90%. Anyways, that's a wrap. Tomorrow I was thinking about starting tomorrow on the Chinese playthrough, but we gotta move our schedule earlier. Yeah, good night. Yeah, it was really fun, Maro. I hope you're having fun as well. Let me know if you find anything interestingly fun. Like, I like to welcome other people who find something particularly fun or whatnot, and then I put it on the burner, you know, like, I don't think I have to complete either of these. This is just, these are our projects for 2025. All right, folks, that's a wrap. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? So until next time, 下次再聊吧, right? We'll chat next time. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.